What is up, y'all? Welcome to another Friday Night Dunkin. We are back with Friday Night Dunkin for TGS Esports. It's out here. Another great bracket, man. We got some hella talented people in the mix for this tournament today. Should be a very fun one. Of course, I am LuckMVS here once again. I'm joined by Valdo. What's good, fam?
What's good, dude? How you doing today?
I'm pretty good, man. Definitely excited to watch some multiverse action. This commentating game, man, it's pretty fun, honestly. So definitely
Right?
excited to see it. Yeah, it's definitely.
Yeah, I'm excited too. We got some really great teams in the mix here. I mean, we have Kozilix and Rexa, which are coming off from their win last night at the Atlas Esports tournament, taking it in a bracket reset, going, I believe, all the way to like game 9, something crazy like
Jeez.
that in grand finals against Donte and Miko, who are also back in
Hmm.
style for this tournament. But then we also have some other ones like Captain Planet with Metal Arms, as well as Mogul. And then you got some other unknowns here as well who we don't know too much about, but I'm sure we're going to figure out more as we go. But for game number 1, it looks like we are going to be watching Mr. NoCashMVS and LuckMVS versus Big Money, which is ironic. We were talking about that. It's no
Right.
cash versus Big Money. So we'll have to see. Big Money, these are a team that I'm not personally too familiar with, but No Cash and Luck, I am. They were actually at the tournament yesterday. So we're going to have to see how they hold up against Big Money. You're going
Yeah,
up against
man.
Big Money, you got no cash. You might be in some trouble.
Yeah, historically, the no cash versus big money matchups typically gone to big money. Having a few more dollars in your pocket would definitely do that for the matchups. A little bit of a 90-10, perhaps maybe 100-0 kind of matchup. But we'll see if no cash is lucky to deny the odds.
I'm excited to see what those odds are going to be for that match. But also, too, I mean, we have a lot of other sets going on as we speak. Falsey and TLTC actually take it 2-0 over Captain Planet and Mogul. So Captain Planet and Mogul already in the loser side bracket of this tournament. Kind of, I believe that's an upset. I'd almost want to say. Um, I'm not entirely sure. I know Falsey has made a name for themselves, and then TLTC, someone I'm not super familiar with. But I mean, Falsey's a reputable player. Um, so great stuff to them for being able to move on. And then, of course, right now we have a couple other games going on at the moment. We have, it looks like, Tomato Soup and Dragonita. Love that name. 1-0 against INEC and Allenbron, the Toon Squad, as they're called.
Two
So we
squad.
got Velma Man and the Toon Squad fighting each other currently. So
Yeah,
going into going into this set, looks like there's going to be some dynamite sets today.
yeah, most definitely, man. I'm really curious to see just like if anyone's going to really come out with the gizmos, man. I know that character recently come out. I haven't really seen too much from him, but I know he got potential though.
He's got potential, but I think he falls into the same boat as Morty, where he requires a lot of setup in order to get his damage off, and that can be kind of difficult for a character like Gizmo.
Ooh,
But we're going right into this first game. Enough about Gizmo. Let's talk about Bugs Bunny and Ariel on a team. That's like the Mirror Man comp that I'm used to, Mirror Man and Rose J. But looks like
mm-hmm.
No Cash and Luck are going to be bringing it out today, and we're already seeing on our end, it looks like Chimchu is already at 70%, but Garnet, very heavy character. I believe third heaviest character in the game.
Yeah, most definitely. Definitely from Bugs already we've seen the strength of it. I think they're very versatile in how they can play. They can be very offensive if they want to. And they also slow things down as being very versatile in their approaches they can have. Of course, Bugs is a very good character to help Ario with approach options. Of course, that a tunnel and having safe is definitely great for her. They're playing against Garnet and LeBron. It's a very strange team. I'm not really sure. What do you feel about that team?
LeBron generally seen as one of the worst characters in this game right now, and that's not to say he's bad, but he does have a significantly harder time getting in and getting his combos off. Ball oftentimes is a little unreliable just due to lag, and sometimes it could just fly through people. Also, if your teammate gets in the way when you're throwing ball to get them out of a situation, they'll actually catch it by accident, and oftentimes it'll prove to just be not a great move. Still, though, there is a lot of chances for ChrisNPNagy to prove themselves, but right now they might be needing to think about game number 2 because they are already 3 stocks down, and we can see NoCash and Luck are still sitting at 60% apiece.
Yeah, team no money has indeed just been up this whole game, bro. Their advantage has been crazy. They're pushing it as far as they can every time. It's very hard for them to interrupt it. Every time they try to interrupt something, like LeBron gets caught up in a dunk combo he wasn't even in originally. It's just crazy.
That was a pretty impressive combo string coming out from them. There was one up air from Luck, and then NoCash followed up with their own up air, and then Luck followed up again, and that resulted in the kill. So really great stuff in that game number 1. Big Money just couldn't get their feet off the ground at any point, which is ironic considering that LeBron's a basketball player. It's kind of his job to get his feet off of the ground.
No, he was unfortunately looking on the ground, getting crossed up, all that. He was on the ground for sure, getting knocked down. It's really hard to say what Team Big Money can really do right there. It's kind of a situation where they kind of just got really outpaced that neutral, and they just kind of kept up the punish game whenever they got the hits going. And just like you were saying, bro, the Guardian LeBron, they couldn't really get anything going in terms of just show wins or hits. It's very unfortunate.
And Garnett really struggled. Garnett and LeBron both kind of struggle in that regard. They have a really difficult time getting those neutral interaction wins. Garnett can get them a little easier because she has armor on her main jab. But even still, to have characters like Garnett and LeBron that have to be so close to a character like Bugs and Arya, kind of not what you want to do against that. You want to stay as far away from Arya as possible. And especially in situations like that. So it's going to be interesting to see how Big Money adapts. Maybe we're going to see some character switches because it didn't look like Garnett and LeBron were the play. But Cash and Luck felt pretty comfortable there, and that's not surprising considering that for, I believe, LeBron anyway, I can't speak for Garnett, Arya and Bugs are 2 of his worst matchups.
Most definitely are. And it's just, kind of the next game, I could imagine more for a focus on the projectile game. Of course, Garnet's rocket gauntlets, I think they're called. They're definitely just really good in terms of damage, putting in work-wise. It's also just winning neutral and giving you a good advantage, situation advantage. Of course, LeBron has a lot they could potentially do off the basketball. It's just kind of hard to get things going with them. So maybe, if they get something going off those, man, they can see a better game 2 right now.
We're going to need to see a better game 2 because you do not want to go to that losers bracket currently. Right now we're seeing Captain Planet, as we mentioned earlier, but also it looks like Donte and Miko are going to be moving on in to fight Falsey and TLTC. No Wire and Palm Chi losing, which I'm familiar with those players, I feel like. And we are getting a character switch, but maybe not one that I was expecting. We're having the Iron Giant come out from ChrisNPNagy, but then also we have Chimchu still on this Garnett. I'm not sure how I feel about Garnett on this stage, especially against a character like Arya. That just seems dangerous.
Yeah, it definitely is. Of course, when she's off stage, she's kind of a sit and duck. But I see the vision. She can definitely get some real area KOs on the stage. Of course, with Batcave having a pretty small area as well as the lowest vertical blast zone. You see, Shim's already fishing for the up B's, gonna kill off the side. Very good stuff to them.
They're doing a lot better in this game already, but maybe not for too much longer. It looked like Cash was looking for that up air, but not able to find it. But that is certainly going to do that. They find themselves in the lead for the first time in this game. Cash is trying to dodge and weave around all of these huge hitboxes. Not going to be able to dodge for too long, though, as they lose that stock.
Yeah, most definitely. The Iron Giant play is very interesting because he's definitely historically pretty good on the stage. And not when he gets cut off the top like that, though. Of course, a lot of moves and cover just the whole length of the area, which is probably what they're trying to do, but I don't know, just blue team Jones in these scrum situations, they get in the combo Iron Giant, they're definitely making sure to get as much damage as they can possibly get.
And that's one thing that Iron Giant has always struggled with. As soon as that armor is gone, you are just combo food. And
Yeah.
most high-level players just know to go after the Iron Giant when possible. And right now, you're not going to be able to go after Iron Giant because that missile is going to smack Garnet in the face. 2-0 victory. Very clean stuff coming out from NoCash and Luck.
Yeah,
they might need to change their names to Big Money after that because they want all the money. Big Money might need to be changed to slightly less money. I do like the change to Iron Giant there. I thought it was a smart change. It was working out in the beginning, but we saw it right there. Once Iron Giant got back on their second stock, all of a sudden, like within like 30 seconds, they lost their stock. So they put themselves in a pretty big deficit, which is not where you want to see yourself, especially on a stage like that. I didn't get to see exactly how Mac lost their stock so quickly, but it was a bit of an eyebrow raiser. But I guess I can't expect much on a stage like Batcave. That's, early stocks happen all the time, even on Iron Giant.
Yeah, Batcave is definitely incredibly volatile for sure, as you said. Yeah, I think it goes to show that Iron Giant, I feel like he's definitely become a lot harder to use at a high level since the nerf to his shield, of course, being unaffected by cooldown reduction in general. So you can't, run those perks on him that can just let him get those bolts back like in 2 seconds like could before. And not having that bullshit around, man, definitely makes the conservation of it a lot more important, and it leaves him with a much bigger weakness in that regard.
It's a huge weakness. I mean, that was that was kind of Iron Giant's bread and butter, is that you would just stack cooldown. You get CoffeeZilla, I dodge, you dodge, we dodge, and just any other cooldowns you could get, you would stack that. You would get armor back as quick as possible, and it was a nightmare to deal with. I'm glad it's gone, but it does make a lot of Iron Giant players have to be a bit more cautious going in to characters like Arya, going into characters like Bugs Bunny. They have to be a bit more careful with how they position themselves. It's not as free as it used to be. We saw that yesterday with Rexa and Kozilix during their matches. We saw both of them just spacing themselves very well and only using the armor when it was absolutely needed, and trying to avoid situations where they could get caught out or be put in a situation where they would have to use the armor, and then later on in an important situation they would need it and didn't have it.
Yeah, man, it's be very difficult for sure. I think it leaves him in a very interesting situation where he's the more specialized character that I feel like they wanted him to be. So I think I definitely, in general, really like sort of the direction they went with that change for sure. It just definitely makes playing with and as him rather just a much more coordinated affair.
You definitely need to have that coordination with Iron Giant now. It's imperative. You need to have a teammate that's going to be able to support them. Garnet, maybe not the character for Iron Giant. With a lot of these bruisers, sometimes they can be good at with Iron Giant, but Garnet is definitely more self-sufficient. She needs somebody who is going to be self-sufficient, or in some cases who supports her. Iron Giant, at least in that scenario, wasn't really able to do that as well. As I feel like if they would have gone maybe a support character like, I don't know, maybe like a Rain Dog or a Velma, even though I have my own opinions on Rain Dog, but just something that's more conducive to Iron Giant or more conducive to Garnet.
Yeah, it kind of felt like those competitions kind of just like throwing both their characters they like to play at the wall and kind of seeing what sticks there. I definitely kind of agree with you though. You definitely Iron Giant definitely, actually not just both of them honestly, definitely need characters that are just good at supporting them. So having them both together, I don't know, it kind of just showed the worst of both of them. I feel like
it brought out definitely some opportunities in their play where going up against Cash and going up against Cash, round one is pretty challenging. That is a team that does have that coordination down. So we're gonna have to see. Maybe they'll be able to bring it back through losers, because having Cash and Luck they've been playing, I think, since like day one together.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they'll be able to bring him back through losers. We'll have to see. However, it looks like currently where we're at with bracket, moving on, the world's greatest detectives, which is Legendary Creed and Show Off, are going to be moving in to winner's side after beating the Jesters. I wonder if they're waiting for a Joker to be added into the game. We got against the J Vibes, and it's just Gabe. So I guess I should just call him Gabe. But then right now it looks like Kozilek and Rexa are fighting someone we know very well, Blackamar. Looks like they're fighting Unicorn Pro Gamer and Oscar Guy Dude, which I am almost certain could be Thunders in disguise.
It could be. I'm not sure. No UPG though. Of course, Unicorn Pro Gamer is a prominent Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl player, known for baffling people with his decision making all the time. So it should be very fun to see. Hey, maybe we can get some matches with him, bro. Hopefully he does pretty well in that for sure. It's definitely going to be a rough match ahead for him, though. Look at the next games we're going to get into. I think we're getting to Fall Z, TLTC, and Donte Miko next.
Which should be a barn burner of a set. We talked about Falsey a little earlier, but Donte and Miko, can't sleep on them. Donte, when you think of Premier Supermans, your mind goes to two places. It goes to Oops Tier, and it goes to Donte. Donte really made a name for themselves. However, surprisingly, yesterday they were bested by Rexa with their Superman. Rexa had been working on a secret character for a minute. We saw that yesterday. And Rexa Superman, you can't really trifle with it. It is really strong. Rexa has some of the best movement I've seen on a Superman in, I think, period, actually. But Donte and Miko do have that rapport together against a team like Falsey and TLTC, which I've not heard of TLTC before this game. So it'll be interesting how Falsey and TLTC work together against Donte and Miko, who have been a team since the start of the game.
Oh. Okay, for sure. Looks like we're going to not get that match, unfortunately, but I'm sure we'll see more of Donte and Miko eventually in this bracket for sure. So as far as TLTC, I can definitely imagine both of them getting pretty far. Instead, like we're going to get to Archangel and ArchKage versus Mr. Man and Mr. Picky.
Mr. Picky. I like that. Mr. Man and Mr. Picky. That's
so funny.
They're called... I feel like if I say this name, I'm gonna get like baited into saying like, almost like a Jenna Tools sort of deal, you know. But it looks like the team names are ArchKage and then Chris. Yeah, it's a Chris Fanclub. I'll leave it there. I don't know what the rest of it means, but I don't want to fall for it if I'm about to get punked. So you never know. Some of these team names can be creative, where it's like they get the commentators, you know.
Honestly, really... it definitely just looks like a setup. I feel you.
Yeah, like I'm just like I don't want to say that. Like, no way. I'm not at fault. You do it.
ChrisSPNagy. Damn it, that's already sounding terrible.
ChrisSPN or SPNagy.
That just still sounds
right. It just doesn't sound right.
It does. Like I feel like someone's about to be like a D's nuts joke or something, bro.
Yeah, these two need to explain themselves. I need an explanation. Like we need to get them in here for just like one like quick interview. Be like, explain the name. All right, now get out of here. Go play your match.
Oh my god.
But we're not going to be getting that. But Archangel and Kage or I believe it's Kage.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, these four players unfamiliar with, but that's kind of the beauty right now of multiverses is that there's always so many new players entering tournaments, trying to see where they stand in terms of team composition and also how they're able to fare against, teams like, Donte and Miko, Donte and Miko, very strong. But yesterday we saw it, a relatively unknown team came in and completely upset Oopstier and Bandman beating them like winners round 2, which was crazy. No one was expecting that, especially against the number 1 seed in that tournament. But we're going to get that game to you guys very, very shortly. But tell me, Blackamar, what
What's
is
up, what's up?
your opinion on Gizmo? Like, how do you feel about him as a character? Where do you think? What do you think? Who do you think he would work well with in terms of a team composition, or do you think he even has competitive viability right now?
Yeah, it's really hard to say with Gizmo. I messed around with him some a bit. I've seen a bit of play for him. It's really difficult to say. I feel like he is good, but I think you mentioned earlier he's someone that require a bit more dedication to play that high level for sure. He just has a lot going on with his kid. I feel like things like Car as well as like the popcorn arrow are like incredibly good for sure. And there's just even like mountains of potential you can have with like the latch on to people's back kind of thing. I've seen people like try to get the music thing condition easier, for example, by just latching on someone's back, just mashing the down so keyboard over and over. I think there's like so many just interesting strategies you can take with the character, and I don't know, it'll just take time, I think, to see the full brunt of it.
And it's going to take a little bit longer because we're going right into this game. It looks like we're going to have Mr. Man on Shaggy. You're going to have Mr. Picky on Velma. And then on the other end, you're going to have Archangel on Velma and ChrisNPNagy on Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman, not a character we've been seeing too much of, which it's kind of fair right now. Just some of the tanks in the game, specifically Iron Giant and Superman, are a bit better and just more dishonest. That's I think, Wonder Woman's biggest issue is that she's a little too honest currently. She did get slightly nerfed in this patch. However, not enough to say I would make her like bad by any means. She's still very good, and I'm interested to see how ChrisNPNagy is able to bring this Wonder Woman to the table, bring something new.
Yeah, that's definitely. I think I've seen the sort of Velma Wonder Woman sort of composition growing popularity. I think it's one that's very good all around. I think Wonder Woman's a very good character at like supporting Velma, helping keeping her alive. Unfortunately, ChrisNPNagy not staying alive themselves, getting down there, and the teammate got sniped by the Velma laser. Very good stuff. Of course, Velma and Shaggy, of course, being another example of a team that we've seen a lot in general, really, not just recently. Of course, the very hyper-offensive character is Shaggy, the one that can more hunker down with the Velma. Definitely one that can work pretty well. Puts a lot of damage and pressure on the opponent.
And a lot of pressure indeed. It looked like right there, Mr. Man lagged towards the ceiling. That was such a great whip that is going to secure that stock finally on Mr. Man. We're looking at a pretty even game. Archangel still sitting at 11, ChrisNPNagy at 60. They weren't able to stack on too much extra credit, but now as we can see already, it looks like Mr. Picky is already at 69, maybe potentially losing the stock, but not quite. It looks like ChrisNPNagy wasn't able to get that read, and Mr. Man came in and was able to support his teammate.
Yeah, Mr. Man definitely saved her from a very crucial situation. I've been very crazy to get for sure, but they still stand alive right now, relatively even, but ChrisNPNagy stacking up the damage, staying stuck in the disadvantage state right now, getting hit so many times, and Archangel kind of struggling to help him out, man. They're trying to throw these projectiles, was not really working out too much. Still taking a lot of damage on her. She's still getting juggled to hell for sure. Stays alive because that armor, but I don't know for much longer.
ChrisNPNagy, yeah, not much longer at all, but it looks like the mystery van's going to come out and help them out right now. Not going to die. The sandwich has come out. Mr. Man sitting at 125%, looking for that kick. Had rage on it, but wasn't able to connect. Thankfully, with that rage kick, it is very easy to read, so you are able to avoid it, but not that kick specifically. And I do really like Mr. Man's calculated aggression going into this. Really good at getting those reads, and right now we're seeing the Tiger Uppercut come into great effect there. It's going to secure that kill, going to secure the game. It was pretty competitive almost all the way through, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's just... Definitely. I think what ended up happening is ChrisNPNagy just had some issues supporting Archangel and just wasn't able to get Mr. Man or Mr. Picky off of that Velma. Mr. Picky and Mr. Man did a really good job of just suffocating the other Velma, just not giving them a lot of room to breathe, which is what you want as Velma. Take that away from her. She doesn't control up close situations very well as she used to, but even still, she does have some great upfront options. Excuse that. So we're going to go into this game number 2. Maybe we'll see some adaptation. I doubt we're going to see any character switch. That just doesn't seem necessary right now.
Yeah, it was definitely a pretty competitive overall. It's the kind of situation where Archangel and Kyle kind of had like more holes in their coordination than their team did, and the other team definitely did a great job of just taking advantage of that for sure. Like I love how like Mr. Man and Picky kind of like their coordination in terms of getting these read situations. Like I said, Shaggy of course got a lot of good read situations, but the Velma was always there, ready, sort of catch the Shaggy or catch the opponent if they did not fall in the Shaggy's read type situation. So it was like very good coordination from that. And it kind of led to them extending advantage state over and over and over again.
It was excellent coordination from the both of them, and now we're hopefully going to be seeing that move forward into game number 2. But we'll have to see how the Mr. ChrisNPNagy fan club is able to respond. I do think they did some things very well. They did have some good coordination, specifically. I really did like Kaio's Wonder Woman and how aggressive it can be, but maybe a little bit too aggressive and tunnel visioned a little too much. But that could be easily resolved, and we're going to see that hopefully in game number 2. They're already off to a fantastic start, getting some really good combos going with each other. But Mr. Man and Mr. Picky are not going to take that lying down.
Yeah, definitely not. And of course, Wonder Woman's definitely a character that kind of requires controlled aggression for sure. She definitely kind of switches between playing more passive and aggressive quite a lot. You kind of need to be when to back up your player. I think she's one of the harder tanks to use in that regard. Oh my god, they just got jumped the hell out of them that time. Blue team definitely building up so much damage to the red team, especially on ArchKage. Is definitely getting pressured to die right there, seeing near the top of the blast zone, but they still living right now. But I don't know for much longer as gets it down there, gets it off the top. Very good stuff.
And that's what I was mentioning about ArchKage, is that their aggression can be great in some situations, but there we saw it was over-aggression, going way too hard, taking over 100 damage, losing that stock pretty quickly, but they're going to be able to make up for it with that whip, the Whip of Truth coming in strong.
Yeah, definitely amazing aim on that for sure. Great call situation. Getting that KO for sure. Even up a little bit. Yeah, relatively even scenario right now. It's definitely they're stacking up a lot of damage on Mr. Man, especially.
We can see Archangel, though, kind of struggling right here to avoid the projectiles and avoid Mr. Man. It looks like they're trying to do the same strategy as last game, where just to isolate the Velma. But we can see Archangel not taking that lying down, trying to get aggressive, do some counter-aggression. I do like the idea, but it might put them in a really bad situation. Mr. Man's on the hunt.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Like you said, bro, Archangel's always in a situation where getting pressured. It's feeling like it's definitely hard for her to get her footing, and even harder for ArchKage to support him. Especially, missed the uppercut right there.
That was just unfortunate. I feel like if they just would have gone for the kick, that would have resulted in the kill. Kyle had nothing left in the tank. They used, I believe, all of their dodges, all of their specials, so they didn't have anything left. But ArchKage is doing a good job of holding onto the stock, 141%. Mr. Picky is at 118. They're not really focusing on the Velma, which is a little confusing. I don't understand why you wouldn't go after her when she's at such a high percent. She did get nerfed recently, so she's a lot easier to kill now. But as we can see, they're really struggling to get these kills, but they're going to get the double fist bump. But as we can see now, Archangel's sitting at 87%. They're going to have to do a lot of dodging and play this stock very carefully.
Absolutely. It was definitely still possible, especially if they keep them pressured to the ledge like that, for sure. They definitely need to just coordinate the pressure situations. So hopefully for them, get back into this game a little bit. So Mr. Picky and Mr. Amanda run away with it a bit. Yeah, gets a kill off the bottom on Velma. Jeez, yeah. Mr. Man, Mr. Picky taking that set actually 2-0.
Looks like Mr. Picky was trying to communicate that dare was like a big brain play, humongous galaxy brain play, as Velma might say. But now going into that game and analyzing it, it really kind of came down to the same thing of it looked like Mr. Picky and Mr. Man just had better control of that game, in the sense that they had better stage control. The Velma on Mr. Picky and Mr. Man's team just worked out a bit better in their favor. The Velma had more space to work with, while, again, Archangel kind of just got suffocated again. Granted, Archangel did adapt and have better counter-aggression options, which was great which worked out in the short term, but in the long term, maybe got a little bit too over-aggressive. We saw what happened off stage. They found themselves in an off-stage position. got dared, lost the game from it. No, it's all good, man. Take your time. But, great stuff to Mr. Picky and Mr. Man. Going to be moving on to the next set where, oh boy, they have a really hard game ahead of them. It looks like they are going to be fighting, if I read that correctly. Oh, I don't know where that came from. But anyway, it looks like they were going to be moving on in the set. Archangel, ArchKage still have a chance to make this comeback into losers, though it's looking pretty scary down there. And they're also going up against Captain Planet and Mogul, which are two players that I would not want to face in winners. I would not want to face in losers. I would not want to face on a boat. I would not want to face with a goat. So I'm just gonna give that a little Dr. Seuss, flair to it. Gotta add that.
Definitely a big fan for sure, man. But it's hard to determine, man. There's so much hidden talent in this game. We said earlier, bro. It's just like how new it is, especially. I mean, people kind of like sometimes can take the competitive scene as a bit established already, but it's not really, man. It's still very new. You see people come up all the time, man, and make some upsets in brackets. Really cool.
There are a lot of upsets, indeed. As actually, we are already on to, it looks like, winners semis. Donte and Miko are going to be taking their game 2-0 against Falsey and TLTC, where Chris, the ChrisSPNagy fan club, so we love, are going to be fighting the world's greatest detectives with the K7 show off and legendary Pred.
So if the detective's not using like Velma Batman, it's a lie, bro. It's definitely a lie.
Yeah, you have to be using Velma Batman. Like with the name like that, if they turn out and they're like using LeBron and let's say Gizmo, it's like no, you're not the world's greatest detectives. That's just a lie.
This is false advertising right there, man. You can't be doing that for sure.
Not at all. You can't be doing that. You can't lie to me like that. But moving into our next game, it looks like we are probably going to have NoCash and Luck on stream. We'll have to see where they have fallen in bracket. We're waiting for the winner of Kozalex Rexa and UPG and Oscar Guy Dude, which I'm just gonna dub Oscar.
Guy Dude.
Just gonna dub Oscar for the remainder of this. We're just waiting on their results. Not sure where they sit currently, since it's been going on for a while now. I'd have to say it's probably a pretty close game. Kozalex and Rexa actually looks like just updated, went up 1-0. It's 1-1 now. What's the final game going to be? It looks like they're just updating all at once. And of course, it's not going to update for the final game. Of course,
Of course,
you gotta,
yeah,
you gotta do me dirty like that.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Who is Unicorn Pro Gamer even playing these days? Last I checked, he was playing Superman, but he switches characters. Like he plays the entire cast, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, so it's like that's kind of really hard for really tell who he's playing because I've seen him play a bunch of characters in this game. Kind of depends who he's feeling that day, I guess. What his horoscope told him. You know what I'm saying? So let's see what I did today.
What the horoscope told him, oh my lord. But I mean, to have a one-game win over Kozalex and Rexa, that is impressive in and of itself. To at least have that one-game victory right now. Hopefully, we'll see soon who is going to come out on top. Who will come out on top?
The fighting game announcer stuff, I love it, dude.
Yeah, you got to give it a little bit. You got to spice it up. MVS is a fighting game, for sure, man. As we wait, though, it looks like in the losers' side, it looks like Shirogane and Apache are actually in this tournament, which I don't know how that slipped by us, or at least slipped by me. But they are in losers. Looks like they're going to be moving on to fight Falsey and TLTC, which is quite scary. But Shirogane and Apache are pretty well-known players have made a name for themselves as a team. Shirogane, of course, and then Apache. They started off really making a name for themselves, at least, in, if I remember correctly, in Nickelodeon All Stars. I don't know if they'd played Rivals before that. I want to say they did, but I could be wrong. But then you have Captain Planet going up against Kayokage and Archangel, so that should be interesting. A really scary losers bracket.
Yeah. Also, my bad, you were cutting out some of those points, unfortunately.
Oh, boy.
It's all good. Of course, the classic, well, I know the classic Waldo Mike situation. It's pretty funny.
I can hear myself on my end. Stop it.
No, I feel it. It definitely happens, for sure. I'm surprised ApacheShiro are in losers this early, though, man. I'm definitely sort of used to seeing them get pretty far in these brackets.
Right? That's what I'm talking about, is that it's really quite shocking when that happens, that they lose. But like I mentioned previously, this is just a game where a new team can kind of come out of the woodwork and make that happen. Upsets are still aplenty in a game like this, so you got to give it a little bit of time. Who did they lose to, actually? Let's see. It looks like they actually lost to Mr. Man and Mr. Picky.
Oh.
So this is Mr. Peachy. All right, thank you, production. Mr. Peachy. Now they're going to go look back in the VOD and they're going to be like, it's Mr. Peachy! So hopefully, if you're tuning into this part of the VOD, I'll correct it, I'm sorry. But Mr. Peachy.
Yeah, I feel like Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy sounds like a fire as like Adult Swim show you see like at 2 a.m. or something, bro.
Right? Like you turn it on and then like Aqua Team gets done, or it's something like Space Ghost Coast to Coast just got done, and then it turns into like this new show, Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy, and it's literally about some dude in a tux and then a guy, and it's about a literal peach, like some
literal peach.
Yeah, like a literal peach, but he's dressed up in a tuxedo as well, just to look really official. I don't know what I'm saying, but Adult Swim, contact me. I'll write the show.
Yeah, I like it, bro. I like the concept, bro. Maybe make them like fucking door-to-door salesman or something.
Be like Peter Dinklage. Peter Dinklage and Elf. You come into the room and it's just like, okay, I have this idea of a peach. So like, what about a tomato? It's like, no, we can't do tomatoes. No tomatoes.
No.
Yeah,
those
tomatoes.
are controversial.
Yeah. Well, it's not even that. It's just like they're little. Everyone's doing tomatoes right now. You gotta.
Everyone's.
Okay, what about, is the peach on a farm? No, the peach is not on a farm. We can't do farms either. Has to be this specific way. But you know what else is peachy? Kozalex and Rexa actually won their set 2-1 against Unicorn Pro Gamer and Oscar. They're going to be going on to fight NoCash and Luck, which is that game I believe we are going to be getting now, actually, which no, we're not. It looks like we are instead going to be getting Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy versus K7 Show Off and Legendary Pred. That's going to be our game coming up next, which this is winners semifinals. So whoever wins this moves in to winners finals.
Yeah, I definitely remember seeing Show Off and Legendary Pred this before. Or in terms of Friday Night Dunkin', I cannot remember if they put it on top of my head though. Yeah, definitely see them do pretty well though, so I'm definitely curious to see, how their play is going to be, especially against Mr. Man, Mr. Peachy. We saw them earlier, and apparently they upset ApacheShiro too. So their teamwork and coordination as well, just game sense we've seen already has been just very good, man. So I'm definitely curious to see how far they'll go.
Incredibly strong game sense, it seems. Which that's kind of the whole ideal, the whole idea for a game like Multiverses is you need to have that game sense to know when to help your teammate. But also we've seen it aplenty where oftentimes what ends up happening is you'll have someone on a team where they will go after someone who's like at 110%, just trying to kill them, but they'll forget about their teammate, and their teammate is getting the snot beat out of them. By like the Shaggy or whomever may have you. And if it's a really close set, sometimes, personal experience. I'm sure you could speak as well, Blackamar, where you just want it to end. You really want this game. You want to win the game, but then your teammate needs your help. You're tunnel visioning a little bit too hard, and then all of a sudden you lose just because of that one miscommunication, that one misplay. So that's going to be important going into these final few games, where both teams need to be pretty cognizant of what is like communicating with each other for one, but also not allowing themselves to tunnel vision and get impatient.
Yeah, I think just having this game really helped me appreciate doubles as a format of Proper Fighters more, because having to like manage all that, dude, that's difficult. Like that's like takes a lot of respect to, for sure, especially in situations like where you said, bro, it's like very high pressure. You're right about to get that game winning stock. Suddenly you see your teammate die at 5%. I'm like, wait, what happened?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And it can be a bit of a trying to think, and it can be like a punch to the gut when that happens, where you're like, oh man, we lost and it was that close, but you have to really just keep pushing forward into the next game or the next set you have to play. You know, you can't let that loss define you or define you going forward, which we've seen a lot of perseverance. I mean, yesterday, Oopsier and Bandman, they ended up dropping, like I said, winners round 2, but they went on a losers run and ended up taking third. So, you know, you gotta give yourself some credit where credit is due. Give yourself some slack. Allow yourself to make mistakes, but then just keep persevering forward and learn from them, which at top level, that's what it's all about.
Absolutely, man. We're also see some on top level gameplay, as we just been informed that the game we're getting to is loading up, and here it is right now. They do indeed use Batman and Velma.
I was gonna feel so lied to if they did not. Yes, but we got K7 Shadow on the Batman, we got Legendary Pred on the Velma, and then we got our good friends Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy on Shaggy and Velma themselves. This is actually a canon team, 2 canon teams, when you think about it.
Yeah, actually, though, that's pretty true. I think Batman Velma is very interesting. I think it has a potential to be incredibly explosive with both these characters putting on so much damage. So I think it's probably the goal they have, of course, with K7 Shaw. You see him rushing in, but sometimes, oh, that's so scary. Of course, Batman's not a heavy character at all. That boy is super light, so definitely consider scary scenario, especially by Shaggy and Velma too. Shaggy, of course, can kill very early, so you know he's going to have to be very careful in the neutral.
But it makes sense that he is lighter in that skin because it's the animated series Batman, but when it's just normal Batman, you gotta look at it like, why are you so light?
Not for real.
Like, you got all that armor on, especially if they make like a Robert Pattinson Batman skin. But looks like he might not need that because they're gonna secure their first kill onto Mr. Man. Shaggy did get a weight nerf, so he does die a little bit easier now. Still kind of hard to kill, surprisingly, but still very volatile. As we saw there, that uppercut going to secure that kill finally, but now Legendary Pred and K7 have a slight advantage.
Yeah, red team did get on the board of the KO. They're definitely strong enough to get this KO on Legendary Pred. Gets a sidekick. She's still living though, near the side. And I feel like just K7 Shaw is doing a good job just to make sure it just can't really get much going on Velma. You see him always sort of like pushing himself towards the front of things and always trying to take their attention off of her.
Trying to take the attention off of her, trying to get the Mystery Machine out of here, which they will do successfully, also getting Legendary Pred and getting that stock, evening it up a little bit, but Mr. Man finds himself into a precarious situation, is going to be able to find their way back to the stage, but now K7 show off to the side at 102 damage, 109, damage is stacking up. K7 may want to start thinking about playing a little bit safer, but Batman himself, you got to hold forward.
Oh yeah, that boy is holding for it, but he's definitely trying to put in the work, especially 2 high percent targets on. Unfortunately for Shaggy, he has an armor, doesn't get by the up B, but it's getting a little close right there. Definitely great stuff getting back to the stage though. Both are very high percent. You definitely just trying to steal this out as soon as possible, not let him get something going, unfortunately, and do. As they get 1 KO, Velma somehow living, uppercut somehow living again.
Oh, barely. You had the kick and you had the megaphone combo, but it was just not enough. Legendary Pred doing a good job holding on to this stock. This is a very close game, surprisingly very close. It came at a point where Legendary Pred and K7 were at advantage, but now not quite. Oh my god, the up there, the Galaxy Brain, as it said, goes for the dare, not able to quite find it. It is so close.
It really is. is it? K-To's gonna win this at all, bro? So many people near the blast zone. The red team taking that. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
No,
that was insane.
Oh my god, Mr. Peachy and Mr. Man showing they want that Adult Swim show immediately, clutching that game out right there.
They're hearing me. They're like, oh man, Waldo's gonna write. It's gotta be good. It's gonna be so good if he is on it. He is on the writing team immediately. That was fantastic coming out from both teams. There's really not a lot you could pick apart from that game because it was so aggressive and moved so fast. I feel like I kind of need a nap after that. That felt like a winner's final set.
It really did, though, honestly, man, because it's only just one game, too. Oh, my God, that's crazy. But right? It just felt like, yeah, the K7 show-offs' offense kind of put them in so many scenarios where they're kind of just, like, forced to, you know, get very scrappy for sure. And it just, like, is even sort of back-and-forth situations of both of them coming out for sure, man. It's just, jeez, that was just insane.
It was insane. I mean, from the world's greatest detectives, they had really great aggression. They had really great spacing. The one thing I guess you could maybe point out is at least, you know, with K7, maybe just getting a bit too aggressive at a high percent. And Batman's not a character that can... It's in the same boat as Arya. They can't trade particularly too well because they just lose so much off of it. Because, right, we saw it like there... K7 almost died at like 50 on a couple situations. Didn't though, but against characters like Shaggy and against characters like Velma that have very high kill power, you have to be a bit more careful about when you go in and when you're able to do your damage, and then maybe backing out once you get to about, I would say, 90 plus.
Yeah, for sure. It can definitely sort of lead to, you know, scenarios where the Velma always also has to, you know, kind of try to keep up, sort of like protecting them back and put in more precarious scenarios than they usually be. We saw that coming into play sometimes. But we'll see if the aggression stays or not, man. We're getting this game to still stay on Sky Arena, no plats.
And this is a pretty even stage for both of them. Both of these characters, all of these characters, I should say, really like having a flat surface, especially, I would say, Batman. Like, Batman is a character I think thrives off of not having platforms, just because he has such great vertical options, but also has really great horizontal options as well. Really strong character in both regards. Almost going to die there, but not quite. Oh man, Mr. Man almost turned into Mr. Dead there at 50%. That would have been insane.
Yeah, you see K7's just offense playing out pretty well for him right now, though, getting a lot of damage off, a lot of pressure. For sure. I still agree with the sort of sentiment of Batman on the stage, but I definitely think especially a Batarang can definitely shine on the stage. He definitely has a lot of room to throw it around, but not a lot of room to stay living on the stage as he killed off the side by the Shaggy.
But now we're running into that same issue I mentioned in the last game. K7 show off maybe getting a bit over aggressive to the point where it lost them that stock. And right now we can see Mr. Man at 110%, Mr. Peachy at 94. Unfortunate going to fall out of that special, not quite. And now in a pretty precarious situation. That may have looked like a misinput coming out from Mr. Man. They are on the hunt for this Batman. Legendary Pred goes in to try to save K7, ends up dying himself.
Oh my god, that's so unfortunate. That's what we were talking about earlier, man. Sometimes the aggression can put him in nasty scenarios where Velma's overextended, sometimes get caught for it, and he gets killed on the side right there. Dude, red team just run away from this one. How would you like to catch you in 4K, bro? We don't know. But unfortunately...
No, he got caught in 4K. Velma pulled out the camera. That's what I meant.
Yeah, the snapshot, bro. Yeah, that's facts.
Oh, man, but now Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy have a pretty big lead, even though they're probably about to lose both of their stocks. Mr. Peachy at 145. K7 and Legendary Pred have their work cut out for them. They need to get these stocks quick. They need to get this extra credit without taking too much damage. Mr. Peachy finally going to lose that stock, but at what cost on K7 and Legendary Pred's side?
Yeah, it's still looking very, very difficult for them right now. They could have got the edge guard there, unfortunately did not. That was kind of taken back into us. Right now, I don't know how realistic it is for them to sort of win this right now. They're definitely trying their best for sure. I definitely like that he's kind of, K7 Shaw's kind of just going in with Legendary Pred more, but maybe too little too late, man. I don't know.
It could be a bit too little too late, but they are able to hold on to these stocks for quite a while, but not too much longer. That sandwich is going to do it in. Batarang is for Shaggy. The sandwich is for Batman. That is going to seal it. That is a 2-0 victory. I'm pretty sure it's not best of 5 currently, if I am correct. But that was destruction across the board in terms of that game. We went from a pretty close game 1 to a not so close game 2.
Yeah, bro. That second one was just looking like download complete right there, bro. They were definitely just getting caught out less by K7 Shaw, sort of like taking advantage of situations where he would just like rush in and they have to make and just in general just making Velma go in as well, trying to save him and sort of taking advantage. I saw them get a very crucial reversal situation. Not a reversal situation, but sort of catch Velma as she was trying to save Batman at that ledge right there. Eventually just kill Batman regardless too. So just like they stage control and just neutral in this sense, I really think sort of just helped them out in this game for sure.
It helped them out a lot. K7 just got, again, too over-aggressive in situations, more so than game number 1, I would say, where they were just getting caught out in really bad situations. I mean, we saw it there. Both teams, I would say, maybe over-aggressed slightly, but K7 definitely was one who I saw in just really bad situations across the board. But then when Legendary Pred tried to go help him, Legendary Pred ended up dying for it. So, you know, there are some situations where you might need to take it as it is and just, you know, say, hey, hope you can make it back, but I'm in a position where I could die if I try to go and save you. So you have to kind of, you know, pick the lesser of two evils, almost, if you will. But K7 and Pred did have some shining moments. I did like their coordination on stage in some games. And I also really did think that at one point it looked like they could have brought it back towards the end because they were doing a good job of holding on to their stocks and getting the extra credit. It's just Mr. Peachy was not taking as much damage as they should. They didn't suffocate that Velma as well as I was hoping a character like Batman would be able to.
Okay, yep. Sorry to tell you again, but I think the cut it off is just more just like when you're a bit quiet. It seems like it's interesting.
I will move closer to my mic.
For sure. For sure. Okay, some points I was getting a little difficult here for sure. Oh, is this best of 5?
This is a best of 5 set, so it looks like
sure.
we're going to be moving in to game number 3. This is the possible last chance for K7 and Legendary Pred to show their true colors in winner's side. They don't want to go to losers. That is a shark pit. You don't want to get sent there, especially when you have players down there like Apache and Shirogane making a name for themselves.
Yeah. Already a good adjustment I'm seeing already is just seeing K7 go into Legendary Pred more. Having that backup is very crucial for Batman right there. You do not want to get caught up in those situations where you die super early. But oh my god, Mr. Peachy died super early right there. Did he just run out of resources?
It maybe looked like it that they just ran out of resources. Wasn't expecting that. That's a pretty egregious misplay. Could potentially sway this game to go towards Legendary Pred and K7. We're already seeing it right now. Mr. Man is sitting at 106. Currently, Pred 82, doing a really good job bobbing and weaving. I do like Pred's more aggressive playstyle here, just trying to support K7, saying, all right, K7, if you're going to go in, then I'm going to go in too, and I'm going to try to stay on top of you best I can. Right.
It's definitely paying off in the big as they get lit up. Leading this 2-0 right now. They're trying to send it to 3 maybe of the Velma right now. They'll keep her at disadvantage. It's so hard for her to get down, taking more and more damage. 100 on
oh,
that.
No! I think what happened is she ran out of resources again. We saw her get chased from the left side all the way to the right side of the stage. I don't think had a point to land and just lost all dodges, lost all specials, had no jumps. Unfortunate situation for sure. Are we about to see a 4-stock?
Dude, if they get this after those first two, that second game, bro, that's just incredible resilience from them, bro. It looked like you might just see it, bro. 105 on Shaq, but 7 would take a KO for them. So it's not quite a 4-stock, but still looking very, very bad for Chris. I'm not going to try to say that. It's looking bad for the red team right now, bro. It's definitely looking bad for the red team.
Right? It's so weird. It's so weird when you look up, you expect to see the names of the players and you don't. But you don't need to see the names of the players because it doesn't matter. World's Greatest Detectives taking that in stride from what seemed like a pretty download complete game 2, but they were able to adapt really well. Legendary Pred, I think, stood out there in not playing the space game as much, but just being there with K7, just on top of him, and that allowed K7 to get those aggressive options off while not taking any trades in the process. But also, we gotta talk about the elephant in the room, the pink elephant in the room. What happened, Mr. Peachy? Like, what happened to that stock?
Oh, yeah.
That was just like I looked away for a moment, and it's all of a sudden they died. It's like nothing hit you.
I felt like I thought I was just tripping, but like, did anything really happen there? I was like really confused there, honestly.
I didn't see anything happen, which is why it was so shocking for something like that to take place. It's not usually what you would expect off of literally nothing. There's really nothing. There's nothing that you can say to that. It just felt like a pretty bad either miscommunication or pretty bad just misplay where they thought they had resources that they didn't. So that definitely played a part in them potentially losing that game, potentially even being a bit of a momentum shift where losing a stock like that pretty early, it's like, oh, dude, you were talking about it earlier. So thankfully they have 2 more games to right that wrong. But that does, after being down 2-0 and then getting that game, it could swing in the world's greatest detective side.
Yeah, for the other team, I can definitely imagine it'd be a little bit of a shake 'em up, like, hold on, he's still here, like, kind of situation, you know what I'm saying? Especially such as we were just talking about the whole time, man. A very big switch up for Legendary Pred right there on development, man. Definitely getting more active, getting in there more with K7 show off, just covering them a lot better, getting a lot more team combos going, bro. And just like, I don't think they were ready for deal with that at all.
They weren't. I mean, they were so adjusted to Velma on the world's greatest detective side, just kind of playing back and just allowing them to focus on K7 and just get that damage in on K7 when they were going it alone. They were not expecting the Velma to jump in there with him, like, hey, get me in there on that, Chief. Yeah. So Legendary Pred, definitely, I loved their game sense and I loved their adaptation. And then K7 as well was also able to play off that aggression as well. So, you know, that's just great team coordination. It's great communication between team members where I could definitely see them having some conversation like, okay, what do I need to do to support you? What do you need to do to support me? Mr. Man, Mr. Peachy definitely are probably going to have that conversation going into game number 4. But we're going to have to see how they are able to adapt to this new play style that K7 and Pred are showing us.
Yeah, most definitely. I think a very crucial thing to sort of think about in terms of team composition is like what your win conditions are, things that you play and try to get as often as possible. And I think that's a very good shift towards relying on that as a win condition, because you can definitely get so much explosive damage, especially there's amazing use of that battering as well. You know, stacking up more damage in these mid-range situations and just letting them even stack up more and more damage and more knockback on them, and just unifying around that too. Just paid off, like, of course, very well for detectives right there.
We're gonna have to see if it continues to pay off in game 4. I mean, Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy are no strangers to adaptation. We've seen it in the last few sets that we've gotten to commentate from them. They seem like a more than capable team. Mr. Peachy specifically is really good on that Velma, just getting that distance that they need in order to get their damage off, while Mr. Man is the one who goes in and is able to get in that pure aggression. Maybe we'll see Mr. Peachy do exactly what the Velma on World's Greatest Detectives does, and just gets in there and copies Legendary Pred's playstyle. Maybe not copy, that's not the right word, but maybe is able to emulate that to a degree. And that counter aggression could maybe throw K7 and Pred off a little bit.
Yeah, I could definitely see that coming out for sure. It's really always difficult to say when your opponent's also using your same character, you know what I'm saying? It's just a big mind game right there, I feel like. It's weird.
Could be a hell of a mind game, but, you know, thank you guys for your patience. You know, we're just waiting for the lobby. The lobby crashed. Tony, if you're watching, we would love a new lobby system, please. That would be great. make our lives a little bit easier. But you all are doing really good work. We're really excited to see where the game goes. I'm really excited to see where this game 4 goes. LuckMVS, I gotta ask you. A lot of people have been kind of memeing on Batman since the hitbox changes, where he used to have insane disjointed hitboxes.
Oh, yeah.
Now, not so much. What are your thoughts?
Well, my main one's good for sure. Well, definitely a lot of times before, just like I feel like I was like miles away from like starting to hit boxes back, so especially that up B dude used to be the size of a small continent for sure. Now it's the size of a state rather. So that's pretty good for sure. So I mean, definitely it's a character that just puts in so much damage in general that I feel like having that range to kind of push him over the top a little bit. I think he's in a much better position right now though, just meta wise.
It's funny how when the game first came out into open beta anyway, everyone's just like, hey man, when you think about it, Batman's just better Shaggy. Yeah, because it kind of was, they have very similar like move archetypes in terms of like kick being like knee. You have both of their up specials, of course. You have the projectile. Obviously Sandwich was not nearly as good as Batarang is, but still, it was there. The comparison was there, and then within a month, everyone's just like, "Yo, man, Shaggy is just better Batman when you think about it." Because of you have like the ability of rage, but also just his offstage game is so oppressive and so good. And we've been seeing Mr. Man have some really good offstage aggression in Game 1 and Game 2. Game 3, though, it seemed like he was struggling a little bit. In terms of getting those offstage plays that we saw in those first two. So maybe we'll see a return to that. Or maybe K7 will still continue to dominate, as well as Legendary Pred with their just unprecedented aggression that we've seen from them today.
Yeah, most definitely. I at least said like the better Shaggy comparison. It's interesting. I feel like now Shaggy's a state where he's like a combination between Batman and Superman playstyle wise. So it's weird to see the progression. Yeah.
But speaking of Batman, we're going right to Batcave. This is the most volatile stage in the game, with some of the earliest kills to happen for sure. We got K7 and Pred on the Velma, still keeping up with that aggression, and then Mr. Peachy and Mr. Man. It looks like Mr. Peachy is still sticking to that game style of just trying to play back and get that damage off, but not working out too well for them. Velma doesn't have a lot of room to maneuver on this stage. Mr. Man, you have no room to go. You are dying at 96%. That's what I'm talking about. This stage, people die early.
Yeah, most definitely. You definitely see also Pred is just like making Mr. Peachy so uncomfortable, right? The deal with so much rush down from her. You definitely tell it's still hard to get used to for sure. Pred almost got killed on top by the word bubbles, but still staying alive though.
Yeah, that Galaxy Brain move, the light bulb, that is decayed as hell. That's not going to kill anyone anymore. Mr. Peachy using it a little bit too much. You got to use some different moves there, buddy. But as we're seeing right now, K7 still holding on to this stock. They've gotten so much extra credit. Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy are sitting at 107%. They're going to need to get rid of that car, and they are going to do it. I believe Legendary Pred also has their car available. They do.
Ooh.
Oh man,
Fred
the mystery
pulling
machine.
up.
Oh, Fred's pulling up. He caught Mr. Peachy, and that's going to do it for that stock. The mystery machine coming in strong. That is still the funniest change in the game so far.
It's so much better too. I'm a big fan of it.
I'm a very big fan of it. Canonically, it's really cool. And also just having that lore, it'll be even funnier if Fred gets added into the game as a fighter. It's just like, who's driving that then?
That's Scooby driving that joint, bro.
But if Scooby gets added, who's driving it then?
We got too many questions. That's too much of a rabbit hole right there. Right now, we're seeing the blue team definitely continue to run a good offense on them for sure. Already getting Mr. Man off the top right there, who definitely had a lot of extra credit damage put onto him. It's definitely very hard right now for Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy to come back from this, especially again, like they are right now, getting rushed down like the R2, man.
Oh, Mr. Peachy actually has some great aggression right now. So does Mr. Man. This is suddenly a lot closer than it looked at the start of this game. Mr. Peachy, 84%. They're really going to be gunning for him. Legendary Pred almost dies off the top. Oh
Yeah, absolutely.
man.
That big read from Shaggy definitely worked out so well for him. Now suddenly so dangerous. If you show off right now, 111 right now, he's Batman 2 on Batcave. That's so difficult right now.
Oh, K7 is doing his best to live.
Ooh.
He's not going to be able to live for too much longer. Mr. Peachy and Mr. Man make such a fantastic comeback. Are going to barely squeeze out that victory. Just take it away from them. They are going on to winners finals. 3-1 victory. That was really close.
Dude, yeah, that was insane. I feel like that kind of just fell into Mr. Man, Mr. Peachy's lap just out of nowhere, right? I mean, you saw Mr. Man sort of get that big read off the side, Shaggy side B, and that Batman said a 90 over here. And suddenly it was just like a complete reversal of the whole situation.
And it was strange too. I mean, we saw early on that aggression coming out from K7 as well as Legendary Pred. They were doing a really good job of maintaining that aggression, but then it's like mid-game, like a gear fell into place, and then all of a sudden they were like, wait, here's what we do. And they were able to counter-engage really effectively. And also, it just seemed that Mr. Peachy just got more comfortable being in those up-close situations. You said it yourself early on. Mr. Peachy was like just trying to get away as much as possible. And then maybe he was like, all right, this isn't going to work out. I just need to just counter-engage. So, and it ended up working out pretty well. They move into winner side finals. Great stuff to them, but the world's greatest detectives still in it. They will be awaiting in losers semis, which they will fight the winner of ApacheShiro and whoever wins the match between Kozalex and Rexa versus Blaze and Retro.
Jeez, there's some crazy names to be done in losers bracket, bro. That is insane, dude. What the heck?
It's absolutely crazy, but yeah, we've said it all day. Upsets, they're gonna happen, and Rexa and Kozalex are a team I did not expect to see down in losers this early on. I definitely expected them to be in winner side of this, but you know, we instead are going to have Donte and Miko versus NoCash and Luck.
Okay, I'm sure. It'll be definitely a fun one. I've been wanting to see some Dante Superman, bro. We talked about it a bit earlier. Of course, one of the nicest on the Superman for sure. Compared to Oopster, I think he's, in general, playstyle wise, I think he's a lot more neutral based. You see him like using Ice Breath a lot more than other not Shaggy's, a lot more than other Supermans do, rather, for sure.
Still got Shaggy on the mind, I see.
Yeah,
really trying to make that connection, like Shaggy is just Superman. But
yeah, man, it's
you know, he definitely does use Ice Breath quite a bit, but not as much as Unicorn Pro Gamer. He spams that.
Oh, yeah.
UPG really just spams that out. And right now, it actually looks like UPG and Oscar are fighting Big Money. So Big Money, they've made it pretty far, but they're not quite into top 8 just yet. They will have to go through Velma Man if they hope to win. But we are going to be bringing you guys NoCash and Luck versus Donte and Miko very, very shortly. I imagine we are just getting into lobby. But now we're going to be getting into that game within the next few seconds. So tell me, you say you want to see Superman and you want to see this Velma, right?
Yes, sir.
But what about NoCash and Luck? What do you want to see from them? How do you approach this matchup if you're NoCash and Luck?
Well, against Superman, it's always kind of scary, right? Because Superman's a character, of course, we already know, they can kill you off the side absurdly early off read. So definitely just being careful around him and also just trying to rush down the Velma whenever you can, too. It's probably going to be the win condition for that side. It's kind of just, just have to kind of just play around Superman a lot of the time if you want to win against him. It's going to be difficult sometimes, too, of course, but, like, definitely doable for sure.
It is doable. I've always mentioned, though, that if you're up against Superman, the left and right side of the stages, you don't want to go anywhere near them. You have to hold center stage against Superman. But that can be definitely difficult when Miko is on the other end as that Velma. We're seeing that come out in full effect right now. Cash forced to use that teleport
Oh.
earlier than they probably
no.
wanted to. Luck dead earlier than he probably wanted to be, and that is going to be a first stock. Cash is already sitting at 66%, not the percent you want to be at if you are Arya.
Yeah, Arya is basically just one swing away from getting killed, no, but she's trying to reverse the situation with Donte a little bit, get him off the stage, but can't really get much off it. Definitely, with Luck and NoCash, we kind of seen the scenarios where they can get control of the neutral being best for them. So if they can just slow down some momentum as soon as possible, that's definitely what they want to do.
And we are seeing that Frost Breath come out. Like you mentioned, Donte has been using that pretty well in neutral. Just if he can't get in, just throw that out. Might as well. You get that freeze proc on it. But then also, I believe he has the perk where if you attack someone with freeze, you will do additional damage.
Mm-hmm. He's definitely always using that perk for sure. It just complements his playstyle so well, makes him even more explosive to deal with.
Ooh!
Okay, though. Kicks his safe at him, get the stock off him. Good stuff.
Yeah, that might be a safe, but that was definitely not safe for Donte. Going to lose that stock. NoCash and Luck are sitting at pretty high percents, though. They've done a pretty good job of bringing this back pretty decently. But, oh man, they're having a really hard time securing these kills, actually. They're doing a good job of staying slippery.
Yeah, most definitely. That's like a big up with this team for sure. Arya Bugs definitely both characters good at staying maneuverable, but not quite enough to avoid the death. Both of them dying pretty early right there. Okay, gets the kill on top of them. Does not get Donte yet, though. He's still running away. Uses Ice Breath, stayed annoying, slowing down their movement. Very good stuff.
I really liked Dante's game sense there. He could have gone further and gone off stage, try to get one of those early kills, but he just decided, no, I'm going to go back, take center stage control. I'm just going to hold this for now. I'm at a pretty high percent. I don't want to die too early. He's going to die anyway, but that's just those little minor game changes that could affect the game in the long run. Oh, but man, taking a missile to the face, that'll definitely affect the set in the long run, as we see here. Miko sitting at 72%, 85, nothing!
Dude!
They're going to lose that game! What happened?
Oh my god, I feel like Red Team just took like a grip of damage just out of nowhere. They just kind of came down on them in such an insane way, dude. Just like being able to just switch from, you know, trying to maintain the center stage control aspect to just doing that and being that explosive with it is definitely a super good to do for sure. Just left them very confused when that happened for sure, because they were not expecting that whatsoever.
It just turned so quickly. Like, I was complimenting Donte, just like, hey, that was good game sense, and then all of a sudden Miko just gets absolutely bullied for like a solid 20 seconds. Like, he got Arya, I'm just gonna, this is how you do it. You got Arya, he got hit by bugs. I'm assuming he got, it looked like he got one loop out, and then he took a missile to the face, he took an up air to the face, and then all of a sudden he took another missile and another up air and just blew up. So it was some top tier bullying. They a lot of these top players don't like Velma too much.
Definitely not, for sure, man. I definitely just like sort of common theme I've seen with a lot of high level players. They're definitely just good at sort of just hunkering down and just putting on so much pressure on one person and getting the kills as soon as possible, right? That's something like a lot of mid-level players kind of struggle with sometimes, you know, getting those kills a bit early as possible, but they definitely have a good flowchart for doing that, I feel like. And that just sort of came into play very heavily from Luck and NoCash right there.
NoCash and Luck got to be feeling pretty good about themselves, because that game did not start out very well. As we saw, Arya took a dip, or not the Arya, but Luck took a dip pretty early, like 44%, which is normal against Superman. Doesn't feel good, though. But they were able to hold their composure, bring that back. We're going to have to see how Donte and Miko counterattack in game number 2.
You know, one thing random, but one thing. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh! It's getting so scary.
Oh, no!
Right there. Those Arya down. She's still living, though.
What's going on?
Oh, my God.
We just started this game.
We did. What the heck? And one of them's already dead right now. Dude, Luck already took the fall right there. Donte and so and just.
Oh
yeah, oh my god, that's crazy.
There's been so much that has happened, though. Let's take a moment. They all get off stage at the beginning of the game, and then immediately Luck loses their stock like they did in game number one. Donte is going to lose their stock pretty quickly, and then so is Miko. What's going on, Black? I can't keep up with this.
Bro, Niantic and I, bro, so much is happening right now. Both teams are just being incredibly explosive. And suddenly, just Luck against Nook and NoCash just steal the lead a bit too, slowing down the missile right there. Good stuff. Red team sort of trying to collapse on the blue team right now, putting so much pressure on them.
Oh,
Ooh, threat again, reversal, but tough arena beef right there. Oh my god, reversals on them too, dude. What is happening?
Oh my god, Donte did such a good job being right there for Miko, supporting him. Knew he was about to die to Arya, but goes out, is able to reverse the situation. We have a somewhat even game. Luck, however, is sitting at 93%. I gotta give it to Luck and NoCash, though. They're doing such a great job of staying on top of this Velma, not giving them a lot of space. Velma did get nerfed, so her up-close options are slightly worse. Still good, but very difficult. As I say that, though, of course, it looks like my man Luck got caught in 4K, and then NoCash gets caught in 4K as well, but maybe not in 4K. Gets sent off to the side from Superman. That's not very super. He doesn't kill anybody.
He doesn't kill him for sure, but he can beat the brakes off for sure, as we saw right there, man. Big straight to Superman, bro. Just trying to withstand and sort of constant pressure and offensive just offstage presence that you can put on. This is just can be so difficult sometimes, honestly.
These last two games, I need a break. Like having both having both of them just go in so hard on each other. They just go in just excuse the expression, but they just both go in balls deep, just like we're going in. Both teams super aggro. It's a lot of fun to watch, but holy crap, there was so much back and forth going on. You know, at one point NoCash and Luck had the lead, and then Donte and Miko had the lead, and then it was really close, and then Donte and Miko just ended up getting two stocks back to back.
Yeah, dude, it's even hard to even just break that one down, honestly, because so much was going on right there, bro. There's so many just crazy sort of scramble scenarios going on for sure. I didn't even get to finish the thought that I started at the beginning. I barely remember what I was kind of talking about at the beginning of the game at this point, dude. Just how, like, so much was constantly happening right there.
There was so much going on, like, almost to a fault, because they didn't allow us to finish any of our thoughts. Like, both you and I were both scattered, like, what is going on? You know, there would be times where I thought, like, oh, Donte and Miko got the lead, but then all of a sudden NoCash and Luck actually had the lead. So
yeah, and very random, but like this is the first time it like clicked in my head that Miko's the same tough love arena beef from Evo. That's very it literally just clicked in my head. Very random, but
how many people do you know that are named Tough Love Arena Beef?
I mean, yeah, true. Like, I just used to call him Tough Love Arena Beef, so it's like I looked at the name, I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like,
I mean, I guess like it makes sense because with Captain Planet, he shortens his name to like CP WMA.
Yeah.
So I guess I can understand it. What I can't understand though is why is not someone dead already? This game just started. You're telling me no one's died yet? That's amazing. But yeah, bro, as I say that, Dante's taking 57%, getting looped. Those bugs loops, how are they still in the game?
They're just as good as ever, dude. It's really insane.
They're better now because they nerfed some of the other aspects of him. Mirror Man definitely has been one of the biggest people in calling that out, saying, why aren't you nerfing the loops? Please nerf the loops.
Yeah, very weird direction balance-wise for him, but definitely moving off that a little bit, though. Talking about being Donte getting a lot of damage put on them. I was trying to reverse the situation in Sledge right here.
Trying to reverse the situation. This is a much slower game than we've gotten since the first two have been so explosive. The damage has been stacking up, but not as fast as you would maybe have expected. But this is a bigger stage, so maybe that's what they were trying to prevent. Going to this stage, Luck or NoCash anyway, and it's working out for them pretty well. They're actually going to find that first stock on to Miko pretty quickly, but they themselves are sitting both at sub 100. But of course, as I say that, commentator's curse.
Right. Yeah, after that last game, bro, I definitely can just see how they just want to, step back, they force less these scramble scenarios, and just try to control the neutral a bit more, you know what I'm saying?
And they're doing a good job of controlling the neutral, playing it a bit slower. They've already gotten some pretty solid extra credit onto Miko. They're actually having a really hard time killing NoCash. NoCash sitting at 138%, but that's kind of the beauty of this stage. You're just able to live forever, but not forever entirely. As long as Superman's here, he's going to get that uppercut, seal that stock pretty quickly. But Donte himself sitting at 160%.
That's basically no threat. He's living, he's chilling, you know what I'm saying? Superman.
He's living, he's chilling, but not for too much longer. Luck and NoCash find a pretty solid lead. NoCash is actually only at 6%. They're going to find the kill onto Miko. And now, all of a sudden, this is not looking too good if you're Miko and Donte.
Yeah, not at all, bro. Definitely just having a lot more space to move around. It's kind of been working in their favor, actually.
And the biggest thing they've been doing is they've just been avoiding the Superman, like almost entirely. They've just been not really facing him and just focusing more on Luck, and it's working out pretty well. As a matter of fact, they've been going really hard in on Miko, and we can see Donte's been struggling to support him, like, compared to the last couple games where he was. We saw it right there. Miko got isolated and just died off of it.
Yeah, that's actually a very crucial catch for sure right there. Yeah, it was out of a scenario where Donte was unable to help so many times, right? That's kind of a fault of Superman. Of course, as good as character Superman is, compared to a lot of these other sort of higher tier characters, he lacks a bit of range that they have, right? With a little bit of long range projectiles to help peel for other teammates too. This is the appeal from he gives is not the greatest for sure, which of course he makes up for by having just being so explosive and just being so good at team combo wise. But there, man, it was definitely very good exploitation of that by NoCash and Luck, just isolating the Velma, like you said, as much as possible, just jumping her.
They certainly jumped her, all right. I mean, they just said, you know what, screw Donte, we're not going after him, because especially on a stage like that, he's not gonna die. You know, it's gonna take a lot longer. Where Velma, it's a little easier to kill her. So they just said, all right, well, why don't we just go after her? And it looked like NoCash and Luck just were doing everything they could to isolate her from Donte. But then once Donte started trying to close in, Luck would immediately turn around and be like, nope, I'm gonna throw projectiles out at you, because that's Superman's, like, that's his kryptonite in this game, is projectiles. I've always wondered if Lex Luthor comes to the game and uses kryptonite in some way, if that's gonna like immediately kill Superman as soon as it touches him, or additional damage. You know what I mean?
Fire. That would definitely be fire. Right, I actually hope Lex Luthor comes through, man, because I definitely not only like the villain too, but I definitely like him a lot in Injustice for sure. Which I remember he was definitely a very projectile heavy character in that game, ironically too. So. Oh
yeah, I mean he's a dude in a robot suit. What do you expect?
Exactly.
Right. Like, he can't be Superman. You know, he can't do that. Even though he has the robot suit, he probably could if he really wanted to. He has the money. But NoCash looking like he might walk away with some money if he keeps playing like this. $90 a piece is going to be the prize for the team who wins. $90 per person, and they are looking pretty all right to take it if they keep up this momentum to fight the Chris Fan Club, as I'm just gonna call them, because I don't feel like saying the rest. But NoCash and Luck do have their work cut out for them, though. Donte and Miko, you can't sleep on them. We're going to find out if Donte and Miko are going to be able to make a comeback in game number 4. We're going right to Trophy's Edge. This is a stage that I do like for both Miko and for Donte. It gives them a little more room to close that space. So actually gives less room. So it's a little easier for them to close space and get this damage, get the kills. A lot harder to avoid Superman on this map.
Yeah, I think it definitely works with Dante's playstyle, especially because he's someone who's like very good at just switching between like playing passively with ice breaths and just like jumping on them, clasping down on them. I think Sage is like the perfect size for that sort of playstyle, if that makes sense.
Makes total sense. It is the perfect playstyle for Donte. Superman's really like this stage, and for that exact reason, Luck is going to lose that stock. Just gets hucked into the blast zone. Yeet!
Oh, big edge guards now for Luck and no cash shot. They get one of them. Donte still off the stage. They can't find it though. Good stuff to Miko for them classing down on him. Get the up air, getting the KO on no cash right there. Great.
That was actually really scary on Donte. You saw the Arius Pie spawned directly on top of him, so he had no choice but to eat it. Once you have that, you move really slow, like shockingly slow. What just happened? Donte, what are you doing down there?
No, that's so unfortunate.
But he's gonna make up for it pretty quickly by getting Luck. He's just like, no. I gave them that. I gave them that sock so I could take it away.
That was charity.
Yeah, no, it's charity. You know, Donte giveth, and then Donte taketh away.
No, for real, he definitely does, man. That was wild for sure.
Right? Oh no, but Donte about to lose his stock once again. Oh my god, this has been such a back and forth game, and now
no cash and Luck run away with it, dude. Oh my god, where did Waldo go? I don't even.
Superman.
Oh my goodness, yeah. No cash and Luck taking that. What the heck? That was a lot happening near the end of that. Waldo is dead. Waldo's on the ground. He is RIP, dude. Oh my goodness, that was crazy. That was definitely crazy.
you can't count no luck or no luck. You can't count no cash and luck out at any point. I'm convinced because it looked like they were 2 stocks ahead. Or they were like a stock, like they were a stock ahead. They were going. It looked like they were going to win that, but it comes down to one fatal moment. You know what I'm gonna say, Blackamar? That SD from Donte. I don't know what happened there. I think he ran out of jumps. Thought maybe he had jumps and then just didn't. But regardless, that's a horrible way to lose that. You know, as unfortunate as that may be. They're going to have to move on into losers right before winners finals. So they will have to fight. It looks like the winner of ArchKage and Oscar and UPG.
Oh, UPG and Oscar making it pretty far. I like that.
They are making it pretty far. But before we get into any of those games, guys, we're going to hit a quick break. Once we get back, we're going to bring you winners finals, and then we're going to find out who is going to move into grands and take the prize. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. And welcome back, everyone, to Friday Night Dunkin. We are bringing you some of the best multiversus talent currently. Right now, we're going to be moving into winners finals with NoCash and Luck. And on the other end of that, we got ChrisSPNagy with Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy on it. I'm joined with my man LuckMVS. LuckMVS is just as excited as I am. I know he is. Mr. Man, Mr. Peachy. We love these guys. We want an Adult Swim show based after that. But then, on the other end of it, you got Luck and NoCash, which I think gave us some of the most exhilarating games that both you and I have just seen, period, actually.
Oh yeah, man. There's definitely just been some insane play overall. Man, we were joking earlier, bro. Friday Night Dunkin' do really just bring out the aggressiveness out of these players for sure. And it's just so sick to see, man. It's just been one roller coaster after another, I feel like.
It's definitely been a fun roller coaster, though. I mean, the state fair is actually happening where I live currently. So I can't go on roller coasters, though, because I might have a heart attack, especially after games like this. I won't actually have a heart attack. I just don't like going on roller coasters.
Right.
But this is a good kind of roller coaster for sure. And this is going to be another one of those games that's going to be a definite heart stopper, especially when right now in losers you have some really crazy sets going on. Specifically, Oscar and UPG, their team is no more. They were eliminated by Archangel and ChrisNPNagy. And ChrisNPNagy and Archangel are actually now going to be fighting Donte and Miko. But then on the other end of that, you have Kozlex and Rexe still fighting Apache and Shiro. Ooh. And they will have to fight the world's greatest detectives. But before we get into that, we got to talk about Mr. Man, Mr. Peachy versus Luck and NoCash right here in this winners finals set.
Yeah, we're getting a Bugs Aria versus Shaggy Velma. Pretty interesting for sure. Just the outset, of course, we've seen Luck and NoCash prefer to get the more neutral focus approach rather. While Mr. Man and Mr. Man and Peachy, yeah, definitely a lot more in your face with it. We've already seen that right now coming out of play as for sure.
Mr. Peachy, these are characters that, as Velma, you don't want to get close to, especially Aria. And, you know, with Aria, she goes really well with Bugs because Bugs is able to follow up with his an up air of his own. So Mr. Peachy just trying to play it a little bit safe, trying to play back. Mr. Man not playing safe, though. He going in with that kick, going to get that kill pretty early on Aria, but they're going to be able to follow it up by killing Mr. Peachy soon after.
Okay, as long as you got that trade, that's pretty good for sure. Also pretty close to getting the kill on Mr. Man, of course. Same time, though. LuckMVS getting pressured into the side himself, so very much even scenario right now. Both of them trying to make something happen on the higher percent one for sure. Mr. Man near the top of the blast zone right now, but he's not get the KO quite yet. He's still living both sides, still trying to make something happen in this sort of scramble scenario. Down there, oh, the trade though gets killed off the top.
Oh my god, and it's all tied up again. This has been non-stop trading this whole game.
Absolutely.
Just right
bro.
when one of them has a lead, they just follow it up so quickly. So really both teams doing a really great job of keeping it close, keeping it competitive. But as I say that, Mr. Peachy is sitting at 89%. And then on the other end too, NoCash sitting at 66. This is death percent if you're Aria.
That's definitely, man. It's just one good hit away for sure. But the blue team's definitely doing a good job of keeping advantage, keeping center stage. Oh, so with the dagger, very good catch. NoCash right there. Amazing stuff.
Oh man, yeah, NoCash. He's walking away with some money after that. That was a money play, and that was almost a money play coming out from Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy, but not quite enough to kill that Aria. That Aria is staying alive right now, looking like the BGs currently. Oh man, the missile actually, the wall bounce from the missile almost killed him. I've never seen that happen actually.
It's pretty rare,
yeah, as a Bugs player, have you seen that where like a wall bounce kills like someone you're trying to go after?
Occasionally, it's weird, but it's like really happened like a few times type of thing.
And both teams may be getting a little impatient. They really want these kills. Oh man, Luck on the receiving end of that almost dies from it, but that up air, great follow up coming out from Luck. Like I mentioned previously, having Arya and Bugs on the same team, that can happen where one up air can be followed by another, leads to a kill. So really great game awareness and situational awareness coming out from Luck.
Yeah, we're just gonna seeing these sort of Bugs Arya sort of play style coming into play for them right now for sure. Of course, where they have like the sort of neutral, stage control heavy sort of neutral play angle, and then sort of clasping down in the advantage state for sure. Getting the follow ups is Bugs on her. Arya getting the good combo starters going on. She can get a lot of damage going on, a lot of pressure going for sure, and we saw that coming out for sure. Granted, though, very back and forth sort of game, so I'm very curious to see how it's going to move forward.
Early, it definitely did start back and forth. I mean, as soon as one team got a stock, the other team got the stock like 3 seconds later. But as that game kind of progressed, it really just did turn into maybe NoCash and Luck getting a little bit more comfortable. And then the Fanclub, they as a team maybe just got a little too impatient to get those kills, not waiting out their neutral openings. And Arya and Bugs are characters that thrive on you getting impatient. So we're going to have to see how they adapt going into game number 2. Maybe we'll see like that patience, that more space gameplay that we saw at the beginning of the game, but maybe picking and choosing their openings a little more carefully.
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely curious to see how this next one will go, honestly. Of course, Luck and NoCash, where we're saying, of course, they're neutral and just sort of stage control is just amazing for sure. Mr. Man and Shapichi, though, sometimes like their plays of aggression, you definitely just get good things happen from right there, man, and just it's really unpredictable with them, I feel like.
They are a pretty unpredictable team. I mean, we saw it there. They were going in, mixing up pretty effectively, and that's, you got to keep your opponent guessing. You got to keep them, thinking, okay, what are they going to do next? You got to mix up your approaches, and those are those mind games that are so important. Is just getting into your opponent's head, keeping them guessing, making them second guess themselves. But we're going to have to see, maybe they have some mind games of their own. How are Mr. Peachy and Mr. Man going to respond?
Yeah, probably going to spot indeed right now are getting started in this game 2 for sure. Both of them trying to, of course, stand pretty aggressive with it right now, though it's not really going in favor of Mr. May. He's getting a lot of damage taking on the scram situation, but NoCash getting juggle right now, getting very close to that top blast zone. Pretty dangerous carry situations getting going popping already.
To be fair, though, this stage does have a very big ceiling, but not big enough to save. Luck getting a little too close, almost dies from it. It looks like NoCash might follow suit, but just barely able to land.
Yeah, I'm so shocked they're able to live that place and live to see another day on the Arya. Definitely NoCash looking to make something happen right now. Don't want to let him get ready with this lead, but it might be get to, man. The red team going up two kills to 0.
This is looking pretty dire already. We already see NoCash sitting at 77%. This is not the position you want to be in if you are NoCash. But as I say that, they get a quick 2-stock right off the board, evening it up. But you got to give it to Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy. They were able to get some really good extra credit.
Yeah, they're definitely looking like A+ students right there for sure, man. So much damage already in that blue team. 112 on Arya. That is amazing for sure. 90% on Bugs, no such either. Already get the kill off the side. Oh, trying to get the next one. Oh, does not get the read on up being Bugs. Oh, danger being reversed, but doesn't get reversed quite yet. Looking at a very good situation here for the red team right now.
The camera actually, I believe, saved Luck right there. Just both moves thrown out at the same time. The knee probably would have killed, but not quite enough to stop them from winning that game 2. Great response coming out from Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy. They counter-engaged really well, but also just kept on that pure aggression. Like, NoCash had a really hard time getting in, securing some of those kills. And oftentimes when they would go in, they put themselves in a really precarious situation. Like both Luck and NoCash ended up at the top of the ceiling, like within the first 15 seconds. So, and Luck ended up paying with his life, actually. And NoCash followed soon after.
Yeah, that's sort of like a danger of playing so aggressively at high level. It's of course, very high reward. Of course, you definitely can get kills absurdly early and get big, amazing leads that are hard to come back from. At the same time, though, you're definitely open to get reversals, especially for like a lighter character. For example, too, like Velma, for instance, like definitely prone to that as well from that team. So it's scary overall for that team.
Velma is just she terrifying like Jinkies, dog. You know, got me like it's just nothing you could say. I mean, she is a support that has kill power,
Right.
but then you also mix her with Shaggy, who also has insane kill power, but then gives her rage, depending. So it's frightful when you have to fight a Velma with rage and she just all of a sudden you get hit with cam bounce and you have 5 weaken. It's like, I thought they nerfed this move.
Right, it's still definitely a menace for sure. Especially again, like you're saying, bro, getting that rage on it too, dog. It's just it can put on just a lot of damage, a lot of work just out of nowhere, right? And you definitely tell Mr. Man, Mr. Peachy definitely trying account for that in their play style, trying pressure with that as much as possible with that damage potential that they have.
And they have a lot of damage potential for sure. We're gonna have to see how Cash and Luck respond. I mean, they have damage potential themselves, but Cash has to be a bit more careful about how they approach. They have to respect the Velma projectiles a little bit, not put themselves in those bad situations. We actually saw, and one thing that's been happening quite often actually is NoCash will go for these kills, try to get it, but then immediately before they're able to get out like the final up air or the final forward air that they need, they will just immediately get blown up by the other teammate coming in to save their teammate, and will just die off of it. So they have to try to be a little bit more cognizant, maybe a bit more have more situational awareness, so they can avoid situations like that.
Right. We'll have to see what's going on when we get to this next game pretty soon for y'all. Appreciate y'all sticking around, watching with us. It's been, like we said, bro, amazing games going on for sure. And this is no different, man. It was definitely a great first game back there.
That was a great game 2. We're going to move into game 3, and we're going to see who is going to take the advantage in this set. Will it be NoCash and Luck on their Aria bugs, or is it going to be the ChrisSPNagy Fanclub on their Velma and Shaggy?
I don't know, man. I mean, after that game, I definitely think the consistency that can come from the playstyle of Luck and NoCash definitely can make it pretty good for them, especially on a stage like this. We have more room to sort of get that neutral pop in, and also let run away from Shaggy a little bit. We kind of seen a similar playstyle before, actually, where oh, never mind, they're just going in, jumping to Shaggy right now, 70% on him, dude. My mistake.
Yeah, you thought loops were gone? Nah, they're still there. Let's make safe a little bit worse. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. Safe is the problem.
Weird balance approach. Weird balance approach.
Weird balance approach. I wouldn't say weird, but you have different strokes for different folks. But right now, Mr. Man sitting at 100%. This is the aggression from Luck that I was hoping to see, but maybe don't get too aggressive to where you forget your teammate. NoCash doing a really great job weaving in and out of danger, but also still getting those straight hits when needed.
Yeah, most definitely. This has been a consistent strength of these two, bro. Just managed to weave in and out of danger, putting on work as they can do. They're definitely just mitigating the amount of damage that Shaggy can do, but definitely getting scary right there. Side B nearly hitting bugs, but it gets a forward air off. He's still living, though. That is a weirdly heavy guy.
Threading the needle a little bit with that kick. Very unfortunate. That kick's such a big move. I just don't expect that Mr. Man was expecting that to hit, but as I say that, Mr. Man is able to clean up the stock onto NoCash, but then all of a sudden Luck is able to come in and finish up the stock on Mr. Man, but then as I say that, Luck loses his own stock.
Again, this continuing with that back and forth theme, bro. It's just so hard for one team to get a solid enough advantage. Red team has it right now, but Velma's getting very much pressure to the left side of that screen, looking to get this kill as soon as possible near the top. Does not hit that up air though, not quite big enough.
And not as big as it used to be. That is unfortunate, losing the Mystery Machine right as you get it. Granted, Mystery Machine, not one of her better moves, but it's still good to have it out there, force the position, or force the opponent into uncomfortable position. But you know, they're going to follow it up, make it an even game. Velma still has plenty of resources, plenty of good abilities to use in order to find their way back. Maybe get even the Mystery Machine once again.
Yeah, most definitely. Love seeing, by the way, that sort of the downbeat kill from Bugs earlier. That's that jump out the house right there. He hopped out the hole, got the kill off the top right there. See if
Someone
enough
call
for
Cardi
Blue
B.
Team. Cardi.
Jump out the house, dog. Best Christmas album. I'm just kidding. But as we can see, Mr. Man sitting at 116%, trying to make their way back to stage. They actually looked like they were out of resources, but just barely able to make it back. It looked like Luck and NoCash were a little focused on the Velma. And just as I say that, they're going to fall in that game back to back. Ooh, man, Mr. Peachy responding in a really big way. NoCash did actually start off that game pretty strong. It just, right near the end, it got away from them. They had a really hard time taking Mr. Man's stock. And then Mr. Peachy, forgive the expression, he was sitting peachy. He was just able to do what he wanted. Yeah, with the Velma, throw out the projectiles, and then also be there to follow up for Mr. Man pretty effectively.
Yeah, I think a reason we see just like this sort of the combinations with a Velma as well as like a character that does a lot of damage up close and is pretty resilient too, is just like it can just be very difficult to get to Velma when you have a Shaggy just in your face, just fucking like twerking on you in your face and stuff like that. It's difficult. It's very difficult for sure. Yes, I use that expression, I know. Look, quirked up white boy in your face with a little bit of swagger, just twerking on you in your face, bro. It's it can be very precarious for sure.
This is a family-friendly program, Mr. Blackamore. Meet me in my office. And also of all the characters, I don't think out of those two characters, do you really want Shaggy No. I mean some people might, you know, but he kind of flat as a board. You know what I'm saying? He yeah. Not
Shaggy's
exactly.
definitely an acquired taste, I'm sure. A lot of people.
Oh, a sandwich! I'm so scared.
I was like, just no respect, but like, I don't know, having a guy that eats dog treats, I don't know. That's a bit of a turnoff, I'd imagine, for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely a little weird, but then also on top of it too, almost every character in the game that's in these sets, right? Arya, Bugs, Velma. I actually don't think Bugs, but maybe they all clown on Shaggy whenever he's on the enemy team.
Oh my god, they actually do.
Yeah, they all clown on him, especially Arya. Arya is just mean.
You gluttonous suit, just like
yeah.
Damn.
Food is not a weapon. Oh my god, I can't believe they do that to my man Shaggy. Velma too with the sass. I mean, that's
take
just
a shower.
Take a shower, Shaggy. I don't know. After that game, Luck and NoCash might need to take a shower. They got kind of put out to wash there a little bit, but we are going to be loading into this potentially final game, and oh boy, this is stressful. I imagine for if you're in NoCash and Luck's position, you don't want to be sent to losers. It's scary down there. Kozalex and Rexa have, at least from what I can see in the bracket, doesn't look like they've fought in quite yet. But then you have Donte and Miko also on the end of that as well. They haven't played their match, it does not look like. But regardless, there are some killers down there.
Oh, absolutely, bro. Already seeing loose quarters. K7 Shaw, Legendary Prod. There's, again, Cosmolix, Rek'Sai. Too many good teams down there to name. We're getting right into this game for, like I said, potentially could be a runaway situation for the red team, man. They got the adaptation. They got that down low complete, maybe. We'll have to see if blue team can fight back. They're fighting back pretty well right now, 72% on Mr. Man. Every time he's trying to get something happening offensively, they jump him in return for sure. So definitely a pretty good starting for blue team for him right now. 101% on him.
Yeah, you might need to hold off on calling Kanye right now because it's not runaway just yet. Because right now we're seeing right there, NoCash gets a really great kill onto Mr. Man, though Mr. Peachy's doing a good job of not taking too much damage, only at 37%, doing a good job of staying alive and bobbing and weaving out of danger. We also can see, though, that Luck and MVS, or Luck and NoCash, excuse me, are going to not take that lying down, but they are going to lose that stock. NoCash maybe overextended a little too much.
Yeah, we're in a situation too. NoCash always being careful with it. Kind of maybe the signs and nerves coming out for sure in this winners finals game, but we'll see though. On one situation, Luck has a lot of damage on him, but also so does Mr. Peachy. So definitely very difficult. And Arya nearly dead down there. That was so crazy how hard that sent her up there. And the kill on Luck right there. Very good stuff for red team.
Mr. Peachy doing, again, another like really solid job of holding on to their stock, but as you can see, Mr. Man's already at 112 right now. Mr. Peachy going to fall. Now, they still have another stock to play with if they are to lose this. So if Mr. Man dies, oh my god, Luck almost died there. That almost put Mr. Man in an advantageous situation, but not quite. You can see Mr. Peachy is just throwing out these up airs, just really trying to spam it out, catch Luck in a precarious position. But Luck's doing a good job of avoiding it, but may not be able to avoid the megaphone, but barely lives.
Nah, it's getting really down to wire right now. Luck staying maneuverable. How long can he do that right now? You see Mr. Man just hunting for him right now. Also putting a little bit of damage on Arya too. Oh, he's running away from Arya! Get the chain! Gets healed off the top! Very good stuff. Luck and NoCash right there, man. That was sick. That was sick.
Oh my god, and then Luck pulling out the missile, just like dancing on top of it.
Well, riding off in the sunset.
Oh man, we are going to a game 5. That was incredible. That was nothing short of impressive. Nothing short of incredible. That's why you can't count NoCash and Luck out of it just yet. You really got to give them the benefit of the doubt, and they did a fantastic job there, holding their composure and keeping their game sense with them. But also, Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy were looking good there for a minute. Like they were, it almost looked like they could have had that game in the bag, but not quite. Mr. Peachy just gets caught out of position, gets popped up in the air. Arya follows up, end of story.
Yeah, definitely very good stuff to Luck and NoCash. We've seen time and time again through this bracket, man. I think a consistent thing with them is just they've always been just nice in the clutch. You know, they definitely not one to let games just run away without fighting back, right? And we saw that in full effect right there. Just the, like you said, bro, the composure that they consistently show is definitely letting them just get farther and farther in this bracket. They definitely try to, you know, get to grand finals winner's side. That'd be great to see if they can do it. But Mr. Man, Mr. Peachy have been no slouches for sure, so definitely be a difficult one to get through again to game 5.
Yeah, they definitely want, both teams want it. It's just a matter of, you know, not who wants it more, I wouldn't say. That term's always been weird. It's not a matter of who wants it more, it's just who plays better.
Right.
That's what it will really boil down to. And going into this game 5, I can imagine, if I had to guess, what stage do you think they're going to?
That is a good question. Well,
it looks like we got our answer. Looks like they're saying right here.
I wanted to guess. Like, I didn't get a chance.
Yeah, well, too bad.
I mean, bro.
You don't get to guess. They were like, no.
Right.
I wanted to guess. Sad. I was gonna guess something crazy like Cromulons, but you know, we get Sky Arena instead. So, Cromulons. I don't think we've seen Cromulons at all today.
Yeah, it's actually been the only stage we haven't, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, no, it's literally the only stage that we haven't seen. But we're getting Sky Arena as the final stage in winners finals. Who's going to be falling into losers? If NoCash and Luck keep playing like this, they're going to be in winner's side, I'll tell you what.
Dude, this kept Velma in the air for so long right there. It was amazing just pick up, keeping her at disadvantage as well. At the same time, though, Mr. Man trying to make something happen. What? Just the train. It kills NoCash, though.
Oh my god, did you see that follow-up coming out for Mr. Man? Was really hunted for that kill, and now they're hunted for Mr. Peachy. But maybe Luck overextended, bit off more than they could chew, finds their way back to stage, but for how long?
Yeah, Luck has a lot of damage on him right now. You definitely tell that Shaggy wants the kill on him, picks up the dynamite, his own dynamite rather. Still living though, up air the
What the
what? Okay.
Oh my god, that was some incredible rollback coming in for the red team right there. But now it's almost a dead even game. No cash. Luck sitting at 77-33 respectively. Mr. Peachy, Mr. Man 68-47. We can see the damage is getting stacked on right now, but oh my god, you got to be really careful of these projectiles coming out from the Velma, but you also got to be careful of the Arya coming in, trying to end this war like she did the Night King.
Dude, whenever I see that move, it's very scary, but it's also very scary. Having a high percent in the Shaggy, Mr. Man just gets his side B read and just ends it early right there, bro. And Mr. Man, Mr. Peachy, getting the winner's side grand finals in this tournament.
That ended as fast as it started. It literally... It's just so crazy how some of these games have not been, like, they just end. You know, right. It's kind of like Game of Thrones in a way. It just ends for no reason. It just ends, you know? It just ends and it's like, oh, and now, difference though. I'm very satisfied with this ending than I was the Game of Thrones, so let's get that out of the way real quick. But it's still like, oh, what? I thought that was going to be a little more climactic, but it is very climactic for Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy. They will be moving into grand finals on the winner's side, which is huge. These are two players we've never heard of, and they're in grands?
Yeah, that's super insane, bro. Especially over all these amazing names in this tournament. Donte, Miko, you had Coslix, Rexa, you have ApacheShiro. It's just like, over all these names, Mr. Man, Mr. Peachy rising up, getting upsets on him, going to the winner's side of grand finals. That is amazing.
It's nothing short of impressive. I'm very excited to see what will transpire moving forward. But now, we still got a few more games, Blackamore. We got... Right now, we are waiting on the winner of Coslix and Rexa and Apache and Shirogane, which it looks like, oh man, Apache and Shirogane have actually taken out Coslix and Rexa 3-0, it appears.
It's crazy, bro. And like that's such a game that's so weird happening down in losers, bro. It's like some like winners semis type thing going on.
Right? Just goes to show the talent right now that's present. But then also in loser side, it looks like Donte and Miko have yet to fight ArchKage and Kage, which I imagine they will play during this set that we are about to see. Now, as we move in to the world's greatest detectives versus Apache and Shirogane, I'm very interested to see how Apache and Shiro are able to combat the pure aggression that comes out from K7 and Legendary Pred. Because when we saw their match, they were playing like they had nothing to lose.
Oh, yeah, literally. And like that's crazy playing against Shirogane and Apache. From what I remember, they've like one of the more passive high level teams we see, and just like definitely just opting to sort of stack up damage on like these projectiles and just sort of control the neutral, control the space. So seeing that sort of clashing area between these two should be very interesting.
I'm interested to see how this will turn out. I mean, we are into losers semis right now. You know, or losers quarters, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Production Man. I appreciate you. World's greatest detectives and, Apache. It is going to be a hell of a game. I'm sure that Donte and Miko set will also be a hell of a game. But we will have to imagine that in our minds. But I can already imagine Donte throwing out a lot of ice breath. He freezes people to death and just like immediately KOs them. But then on the other end, to ArchKage and Kage, they do some weird jiu-jitsu stuff and are able to combat some of the freezing. So there you go. I painted it. I painted a picture for you. I hope you enjoyed it. So, world's greatest detectives. I got to ask you, do you actually think Batman and Velma are the world's greatest detectives?
That's random. So I mean, I think Batman by default probably is. Velma, that's a weird one.
I mean, to be fair though, Batman kind of cheats. He uses technology, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But also too, like in like one of the movies, like one of the animated movies, Long Halloween, like Batman, it just like it takes place early on when he started becoming Batman. He's just like, oh, Alfred, I didn't know I had to become a detective for this. I just wanted to beat the hell out of bad guys, you know. I didn't know I had to do this. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe in time he became a good detective, but starting out, no, he was not very good. Watch The Long Halloween, by the way. It's a good movie.
Interesting.
This sounds like it's going to be a good movie. ApacheShiro, though. Apache, you and I know him very well from our time over in Nickelodeon. He played Zim. I hate Zim.
We have the straightest face ever.
I couldn't hold it for too long because I saw you were losing composure. So. Can't do it when you do that. And then Shirogane doesn't need an introduction at this point. Pretty well-known player within the community. Very talented player within the community. So we're going to see how that talent unfolds here as we are waiting to just get into the lobby. Thanks for your patience, guys. But hey, you know, Friday Night Dunkin', you like the tournament, you like joining the tournament, you like watching the tournament. Guess what? We'll probably have one next week. And if not, we'll have one the week after that. And then the week after that. And the week after that. And the week after that. So tune in. Max Ketchum, cool guy, like the guy. He's the one who helps run these tournaments, but it's also helped by his awesome team over at TGS. You should definitely be tuning in every Friday. Also join. You might win money. Winning money is always cool, and if you don't win money, you can at least gauge yourself and see how good you are. So you should be joining. You can get commentated by us, one of the best commentary teams, the Looney Goons, right now. What was that? What was that? Are you saying we're mid? Was that like, was this like we're mid?
They're all right. They're fine.
Fair enough. Oh man, and that's what a time to load in. We're getting ready to go right into the world's greatest detectives versus ApacheShiro, as they are known. Oh man, wonder what stage we're gonna see. If we don't get Batcave at least once, the set didn't happen.
There's always have to get Batcave in case someone show up. I mean, that definitely fit his playstyle for sure. How
it did.
Aggressive he could be.
Yeah, it definitely did. So, and Apache, Shirogane, we'll see how both of them will work together on the Wonder Woman and the Harley Quinn.
So, I definitely did not know Apache had the Harley, but maybe he's trying out something different, man. I definitely have a lot of faith in Harley. I think his character is very good, so I mean, maybe he sees something in her too.
Harley is a character that a lot of people do think she is good. It's just comparatively to some of the rest of the cast, she does struggle in terms of getting in and getting her damage off, especially in this the projectiles that we find ourselves still in the projectile meta, even though it's not as strong as it used to be. But also, she's not very fast.
Right.
She's one of the slowest characters in the game, if not the slowest, I think. Not counting Iron Giant, of course.
Right. It's weird because like it's supposed to, you'd think assassins would be like the faster ones, but with Harley, it's always been sort of the opposite. And yeah, Apache kind of juggled a disadvantage and got KO'd right there.
He really was just struggling to get damage off. Like, we're seeing these Nairs come out, and these Nairs not really doing him any favors.
Yeah, I definitely like to see some more combos coming out. He's taking like little straight hits. I feel like if you're Harley, you definitely want to get some loose popping, right? Or have like one of them split one of them off and he's got a big combo going on one of them. Apache is sort of just not getting most of these trades, man. They're looking like GameStop trades out here, bro.
Right, yeah. You bring in a new game, you just bought it. Hey, you're gonna get $2.50. I used to work at GameStop too. People got mad at me and they're like, "What are you doing giving me $2?" I'm like, dude, I don't make the rules. I just follow them. You know you know what else the rules are following right now? Apache, you should have followed the rules.
Oh no!
That's what you get for committing crimes, Harley.
Oh yeah, dude, that van was. I'm surprised that like had her in there for so long too.
All right, can we at least call the cops on Harley? Because she's actually like, I mean, depending on what version of Harley. If we're talking HBO Harley, not so much a villain. But if we're talking like, you know, comics Harley, yeah, kind of a villain.
Definitely a villain.
Definitely a villain. Or like even Injustice early on.
Yeah.
But Injustice 2, she became straight up hero.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe Fred's relationship with Daphne not working out, bro. He needs something new. I'm gonna stop talking.
Where did that come from? Also, I gotta ask too, how is Legendary Pret still at 35? He's been holding on to this second stock that he's had for a hot minute. And right now, it looks like Shiragane's not gonna be holding on for too much longer. Really great recovery coming out from Shiragane, really balancing themselves, really mixing up their options at the ledge, but it's not going to do any favors for them because Legendary Pred and K7 are going to take that very convincingly. I got to be honest, not feeling the Harley.
Yeah, knowing Apache doesn't really seem like a character I would associate with him, right? I know before he used like Tom and Jerry bugs and relied a lot on their sort of neutral game, their projectile game. Charlie does sort of have a pretty good neutral, but she definitely like wants to lead into more like these crazy combos that she can do, not really just get these just straight hits that Apache was doing. So I definitely see he definitely has a roster of characters, man. We've seen, like I said, Tom and Jerry and Bugs before, so I can definitely imagine that coming out. Very strange decision to go out game one though. It's pretty weird.
We also didn't see any like the combos you were mentioning. We didn't see forward air really. We barely saw dare. We saw a lot of that hammer, but that hammer, I feel that's one of the most unreliable moves in her kit to a degree because it is a huge hitbox, but at the same time, it does leave her kind of vulnerable. And oftentimes when you mix in lag into it too, it's not uncommon to just see it fly through people, which that's not a fault of Harley, but it definitely means that you can't rely on the move as much. And it felt that Apache was just over-reliant on it.
Yeah, I'm used to just mostly seeing that move to just like break up scramble scenarios or getting kills. That's but he kind of like tried to use like a one size fits all kind of thing, which that move definitely is not. Sure.
No, you can't be throwing out that move all the time. You got to mix up your options. Definitely, we need to see some of those combos coming out that Harley was known for with the forward air, the down air, forward air, all that crazy good stuff that we love to see from Harley Quinn. But maybe Apache was just trying to test the water. See, you do have a few games to where you can kind of mess around a little bit. But when you are in losers' quarters, this might not be the time to do it.
Oh, yeah. Like, I know we didn't see any games of his before, but I'm like, I don't even know. Was the Harley warmed up? I mean, it didn't seem like it was watching him, but we don't know, of course. So it's like, I don't know.
It definitely didn't look too warm from that game. But, you know, I'm going to say that now, and then Apache will probably see this and be like, actually, I was playing it the whole time. But as I say that, we're going to Velma. Yeah, Apache's pulling out all the characters today. Like, we had Tom and Jerry. Apparently, we had Harley, and now we got the Velma. Velma, a little bit easier to use than Harley. Easier combos. Easier to understand, I would say. As we're seeing now, almost gets a cam bounce combo going, but good stuff from Legendary Pred to break that up.
Yeah, I think this sort of character kind of fits Apache a lot more too, because he kind of thrives on annoying people in the neutral with these projectiles and hitboxes. That was very scary to the top of that, but yeah, you definitely can tell he's putting in a good amount of work. But at the same time, the K7 show off, definitely not letting him breathe the pressure right there, getting the dive kick off. Amazing KO right there.
Apache had no room to breathe, but K7 overstayed your welcome. You can't do that, K7. You were at such a high percent. What are you doing over there? Great stuff from Shiragane. Shiragane has really been the glue that's been holding this together. Even in that first game, even though it didn't go their way, Shiragane was still doing a great job. I don't think we talked enough about him. He's just really great at getting reads and being there to support his teammate when he's able to. As we're seeing right now, we see Apache getting bullied. We see the whip come out. That almost kills K7. It does kill K7. What an amazing play from Shiragane.
Oh no, K7 lost two stocks too, bro. It's looking in a very bad situation, especially for Pride right there. He was at 133. That's very dangerous as they got killed off the top right there.
Oh my god, I loved the up special and then immediately going into armor teleports to Apache just to give him some additional protection, knowing that he's at a pretty high percent. So great stuff to Shiragane. Shiragane has just really been the star here, but we're gonna have to see if that's gonna be able to pull out this game. It's looking pretty closer than we thought it would be, but as I say that, K7 is sitting at a pretty clean 81%.
Yeah, definitely very high again. K7's definitely taking so much damage, it feels like, on all of these sort of stocks. But, oh, they're trying to get something going on Apache. Nearly gets killed, but good stuff, Shirogane. That peel, saving his teammate right there.
And Pred also there for their teammate. Actually, we saw Apache off stage, but Pred decided, no, I got to protect K7, which is really great decision quality coming out from him. Really knowing that protecting the teammate is more important than getting the kill right now.
Yeah, you definitely tell they just keep that lesson before, man, where if you gonna go in, I'm gonna go in with you type thing, you know what I'm saying? Always definitely looking out for K7, not letting them get too much work on him, except situations where he just can't help out. Too much
that's
kill
it.
off the top, that's it! Oh my god, World's Greatest Detectives looking like just that right now as they take that game.
World's Greatest Detectives, more like World's Greatest MVS players currently, and if they keep playing like that. Again, I was talking about it, K7 and Pred really held their composure very well. I mean, there are times where, you know, you've been there as well as I have, where you get two stocks, you're like, I'm probably, yeah, let's go to the next game, get it on with it. But they held composure. Again, Pred, the decision quality we talked about, knowing like, hey, I need to actually protect K7 rather than try to go off and get this kill onto Apache, because if I don't get the kill, I could end up just throwing the game, which is not what I want. So that was a really excellent play. But then also K7 too started picking their openings a bit more carefully, but it was only towards the end, so maybe they have to do that going forward as well. Shirogane was really just kind of the standout there, I will say, in terms of just gameplay. Like, really some amazing plays, really great supporting Apache. And Apache, the Velma did work out quite a bit better. It just didn't seem that Apache was fully comfortable on the Velma, which that may just be due to lack of playing the character as much, or in recent. If Apache is going to be switching, if we see another character come out from Apache, I would almost argue that maybe they're in some sort of character crisis at this time, where they're just trying to figure out who they enjoy playing and why they should keep playing them.
Yeah, I mean, even thinking about Apache and Nick, he's always been the type to just switch between top tiers depending on what he's feeling at that time. So, I mean, well, Harley doesn't really fit into that, but the others that he plays definitely do.
Oh, you mean I only ever saw them play friggin' Zim, and Zim was just broken for like half the game.
Oh, yeah. They also played Leonardo and Aang at points when they were broken.
Of course they did. Of course. And I think they also played Shredder at one point.
I can't remember.
I think they played them for like a couple tournaments, and then that was
that would make sense. That's probably why I don't remember.
But you know, they might need another tournament if these games keep going the way they're going, because it's not looking too good for Apache and Shirogane. I mean, that's not to say they're completely out of it yet. They still have 3 chances to make it in. Potentially one more chance to depending how this next game goes. Real quick, I just want to update this before we get into the game. First off, we see Apache back on Harley. I don't agree with this. But also, Donte and Miko are out of the tournament.
Oh, no. That's crazy.
Yeah, they fall at 7th place, which is crazy.
That's wild for sure. Almost as wild as Apache switching back to his Harley. I'm confused on this decision.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't know why Apache would go back to this. We are seeing more forward air, so that's good, but we're still seeing kind of the same situation where Apache is just not getting these trades that they want, and they're not using these moves very effectively. We're seeing a lot of nair spam, and it's just, to me, this reads as someone who's just not comfortable on Harley and doesn't have enough experience with them.
Yeah, when I think of ApacheShiro, I'm like, definitely Shirogane is more of the playmaker who's like kind of like selectively goes in at times. I'm definitely used to Apache just sort of being a more passive one, just kind of racking on damage, helping Shirogane, but
oh my god!
My goodness, bro! Oh no, the Harley not working out. Oh my goodness.
The Harley, no, Apache, you gotta, this Harley gotta go away. It's gotta go. Like, you gotta get back in the lab, you know. You got to get back in the lab. You got to get it worked on because this isn't working out. But also, I got to give it to K7. The second I saw that bomb and the second I saw Apache dodge, I knew it was curtains. And this game, it's looking like curtains right now. They're having such a hard time getting anything going, even the one stock. They still have to burn through 3 more stocks if they have any chance of winning this game. And it's getting worse. Apache's just not landing this damage. The one thing about Wonder Woman is Wonder Woman, even though she's able to rack on damage and support her teammate pretty well, she does struggle killing.
Yeah, most definitely. She's a lot more the person who helps set up, or maybe gets edge guard sometimes, but definitely Holly's the one you want to look to for more vertical kills right now, and Apache's not really getting too much. We're going to get it to a couple, but you still need to get 2 more KOs right now. I like to see Apache sort of like sticking back a bit more and now get himself in more scenarios where he just gets beat up by K7. I think that stock for the second one kind of... Ooh, that's a big lesson for him right there in that regard. So definitely it's still possible, especially thinking that upbeat off on Batman. It's still not
Wait a
over
minute.
Yet. Hold on. 97%
Wait a minute.
on bread, man. Some clicked on Apache with Harley though. Maybe too little too late. As it is definitely too little too late. As the Bat Bomb explodes, KOing him off the top. And Fred and Show Off taking that 3-0 over Apache and Shiro.
What's that Bat Bomb?
I think.
He asked for KO, so I'm going to assume you're right. But it didn't. It looked like he just kind of floated up to the ceiling. I won't lie.
Really did.
I mean, he could have. He could have, for all we know. But oh man, you know, towards the end, I wouldn't even say that it was the. It was really again just Shirogane kind of holding it together. Right there, that Harley just didn't seem like to have the most experience. Just a lot of nair spam. A lot like those combos. We didn't see one Harley combo. In the 2 games we saw, we didn't see a single Harley combo. But then also, just Apache got bullied early. Those first 2 stocks were just destructive. And Shirogane did the best they could. And Apache also did the best they could. Like, I don't mean to sound like so doomer on Apache. Apache's a great player. They're very talented. It's just, I feel like they were just kind of swapping around characters that they just felt like playing. But neither of these 2 characters really are, I would say, up to snuff to where their Tom and Jerry was. And Tom and Jerry, to be fair, did get nerfed to a point where now we're talking about buffing them.
That is pretty crazy to think, honestly. That is insane.
No. Don't you buff that character. Don't do it. I'm asking very nicely.
I can see the point that people not like. I can see the point of people not liking the combo game nerfs. Like, get that away from me, bro. Point that weapon somewhere else, bro.
The nerfs definitely did hurt Tom and Jerry a bit, but I still think they're really good. I still think they're like, at least top 10, if not top 5 still. They still are pretty strong. It's just they can't scrap as well, which I think that's kind of the whole point of a mage, is just to make them like not have the best scrapping tools. But then you have characters like Morty that are supposed to be a mage and they're a bruiser.
That's like a character like Bugs, who's a mage who can just loop you to death.
You got Bugs is a support. He's a mage. He's an assassin. He's a tank. He's kind of everything. Now that I think about it, he's like all the classes pretty much.
Yeah, honestly, I really think of him as like a very much an all-around character. Just seeing him as just a mage doesn't really feel like it encompasses all that he can do.
Right, he's the Mario of this game.
It's so weird to think, but kinda.
Yeah, no, like think about it. He's the Mario. You would expect like a character like Batman to be the Mario, but no, it's like he is the Mario because he is just entirely just like everything he does is good. It's just good. Which is crazy to think about. But great stuff to the world's greatest detectives. But are they going to continue to be the world's greatest detectives against Kage and Archangel, which we saw earlier, and it didn't look so great. They got knocked out pretty early. Where
are they playing?
I almost want to say they were playing these guys, but I could be wrong. Let's go back actually and find out. So they actually played Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy. So that's a hard team to go up against, and making sense. I mean, it makes sense because they're primed to win the tournament. But regardless, it was still Definitely like not a close 2 games at all. But they've certainly done really well to make it this far, and I mean they definitely have a lot of skill to go through teams like Oscar, UPG, and then not only that, but they beat Donte and Miko.
Yeah, that's insane. That's really crazy.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane. So we're going to be moving into that game shortly, guys. Thank you so much for your patience. But Blackamore, talk to me. Going in to this set, what do you think the world's greatest detectives are doing, like need to do in order to potentially get a chance at losers finals, get the no cash and luck match? But also, what do you think maybe they, in those last games that we saw, even though that it was pretty decisive for the most of it, what do you think there may be some opportunities for them to do a little bit better?
Well, it's been a consistent theme with K7. Sometimes they just choose their approaches a bit recklessly and get caught up a bit earlier than they really should be. So maybe just being able to just chill out, breathe a little bit, let things simmer before going in, doing the work that you can put in with that character. Because K7, man, we definitely see he can definitely put in some work on that character for sure. But just a matter of landing them in a timely manner while also not being an incredibly high percent yourself.
I would agree with that. K7 definitely is someone who holds forward on their controller. Like, I'm going to just sound it out for you just hitting all the buttons. But, that's worked for K7 definitely. And they've also adapted to, like, to be fair, they've also done a really good job at adapting to their situation. And being a bit more, I would say, decisive about when to go in and when to kind of back out and play it safe. It played a pretty big part with some of their sets earlier today.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to see how they will continue that going in against Kage and Archangel. So we will be loading into that match pretty soon. But in the meantime, if you're interested in trying Multiverses, you should probably download it. It's totally free. Completely free, actually. You don't even need to spend money if you don't want to, but there are some cool skins, so you'll probably end up spending at least a few bucks, as I have. You can be Rambo Gizmo. You can be Beach Iron Giant. Or you can be Horny Velma. It's great fun for the whole family. Now, Gizmo's the newest character that came released. We're expecting the new character hopefully pretty soon. So go ahead and download it. It's a fun time. You can enter some tournaments as well, figure out how good you are. MMR system is getting updated. Everything's getting updated because the game is still in beta. Give it a try.
Yeah, the game is definitely constantly getting better. That's what we like to see, man. Definitely they're not improving everything quite yet, but they're getting around everything, which I do definitely respect quite a lot.
All takes time.
Yeah.
Things come to those who wait. As some wise man once said. He clearly probably never waited for anything in his life. But regardless, what we are waiting for is this game. So he was right about one thing. So World's Greatest Detectives. This is ArchKage. We're loading in currently. We're going to get this game to you very soon. We're going to find out who moves in to losers finals against No Cash and Luck. It's going to be a barn burner of a set, Blackamore.
Definitely will be for sure. I'm very excited to see it, man. It's just K7 Shaw of Legendary Prey, they've definitely been consistently fun. And there we have a Carmelon's game. There it is.
Yes! Finally! Yes!
The big Cromulons fan over here is wild. As we're getting right into it, though, of course, those speakers are very dangerous. You see, none of them really wanted to be by there and get comboed against it. Definitely just maneuvering around it very much for sure.
Archangel and Kaio, Legendary Pred K7, show me what you got. Let's see where this game one goes. We're going to figure it out pretty quickly. K7 keeping up with this aggression that we known for, was really following Kaio, but Kaio able to break out of it, but for how long? Already sitting at 100%. These up specials are coming out, and Drove barely missing. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was getting so scary. Very curious for sure. I'm very curious to see this decision, but that full charge up is going to kill it, and definitely, Fred would definitely get the other kill right there, man. Good stuff. Very good stuff.
K7 looking like a shark right now. He wanted it. He got it. Fred following up really well. Fred is the silent assassin doing such a good job following up. Now we can see K7 and Legendary Fred off stage, but they've already gotten so much extra credit from these stocks. Both of these players are at, you combine their totals together, they're over 100%.
Yeah, definitely decently over 100 too, for sure. As again, just so much work on him right there. K7 and Pred, man, they definitely just showing the mastery in the aggressive play style right there. But K7 does get killed for his trouble, but he definitely made the most out of that one for sure.
He made a lot of it, got a lot of extra credit. ArchKage.
Oh, what?
Wait, what happened?
They jumped in the blast zone. They jumped into the blast zone.
All right, ArchKage just following up like, yeah, whatever. I'll donate that stock to you. We actually really need it, but it's not that big of a deal. K7 getting the drop kick. That game was over before it started, it feels like. K7 was so aggressive that whole game. Legendary Predator did a great job just following up, following his lead. Actually did the majority of the damage, as we can see. Kaio and ArchKage just not able to get anything cooking.
Yeah, for sure. And part of it too was just the amazing sort of rush down playstyle that K7 Legendary Predator playing with K7 being the sort of the front man, sort of getting a lot of damage on him. But like you said though, Pred was always there, always ready to follow up, always ready to save K7. They go in too deep too, man. So it's definitely a very difficult combination to sort of get around for sure. And they definitely doing a good job of just uniting around sort of the vertical kills that that team can get as a win condition, and definitely sort of like trying to optimize that as much as possible.
Shirogane. Not Shirogane. Why did I say Shirogane? It was because of Wonder Woman. But Kage and ArchKage, as the wise man once said, you are in too deep. You are trying to keep the blood in your head instead of going under. They tried, but they still got a few more games to make a difference. Game number 2, fresh slate. Maybe figure out what went wrong there. Maybe not picking a stage like that, because that was a stage, as much as I wanted to see it. Batman thrives a lot there, even though the ceiling is huge. But he just has so much room to run around, and it's kind of hard to pin him down in those situations. But also, too, I mean, he has just as great like vertical kill power as he does horizontal kill power. So, you know, it can be pretty difficult to deal with him on a stage like that where he has a lot more room to just run around and do whatever he wants.
Yeah, and too, like especially with the speakers up on the side too, like the downside of the very high blast zone doesn't even really matter as long as those two are up right there, because he always finds ways, get up there, get those kills as early as possible too. You definitely saw it coming out for sure from K7. It was a really early one too. That first kill of that was like off straight pressure, vertical pressure from him.
And that pressure, he was doing such a good job. And I almost said Shirogane again. Damn it! And we're going right back to Chronomons. I get two for my trouble. But Kaio and ArchKage just didn't have a response to that aggression. So we're going to have to see if maybe they're able to follow it up a little bit. Maybe try to play a bit more of a space game. And it looks like they've adapted a little bit, because K7's already sitting at 48%.
Yeah, Kakai is definitely doing a good job of just sort of getting a lot of openings off of him right now, though. But at the same time, though, we're getting dogpiled by blue team right now.
And we can see the mystery machine is out. It's going for the other Velma. That's the imposter. It's the imposter.
Can that drive off without the speak? It can't. It just can't.
I mean, no, it can't. Yeah, that's why you see a lot of Velmas. They'll just immediately destroy the speakers, just so they can do the mystery machine. But as I say that, Kage gets into a bit of a bad situation, ends up taking a lot of damage. That dare should do it, and it will. Bat Bomb was on them as well, so I don't think they had any hope of living through that, but they are definitely hunting for K7 now.
Most definitely. Word bubbles coming out from Velma, though, helping K7 off his ledge a bit. He dashes off, throws down the smoke.
Smoke's not going to save him from that dare. That dare coming in strong. Legendary Predator still, or Legendary Pred, excuse me. I'm getting everyone's names wrong right now. Legendary Pred really holding on to that stock, 91%. They're going to get a mystery machine of their own, but not before they throw out that sass, the speech bubbles. Really just trying to get the space, but also I don't think they want to use it while the speaker is still up. The speaker will fall, but almost going the wrong way. Where are you going?
Oh, mystery machine jumped right past one of them, so they live to see another day off that for sure. Oh, that was nearly super bad.
Oh, that is super bad. What you talking about?
It definitely is. You right, for sure. And that is also unfortunate too. K7 gets a spike kill on him right now. It's such a great position for a blue team right now. Pred's at a very high percent. Doesn't even matter though. They still have another kill to work with.
They have
It's definitely just
they have
falling into
so
place.
much breathing room right now. They're just not able to get any amount of kills on a legendary Pred. He's still holding on to his stock, and he will continue to hold on to his stock as he gets the such important camera going to spike him to the blast zone. That thing, why does that spike? Why does that spike? She already has one. She don't need two.
Nah, bro. The more the merrier, they said, bro. It also applies the weekend. Hell yeah. Why
No, not anymore.
All right, you're right. My bad.
Yeah, don't get my character. I don't get your character wrong.
Hey,
Your
right,
character
my bad.
can still fire 2 rockets.
Nah.
Yeah, it can. There's like when it's coming back down, you can still fire a rocket.
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
We can argue about this all day, but one thing we can't really argue about though is just the fact that Kage and Archangel don't have. It feels like they're just at a loss of how to deal with K7. But then when they're dealing with K7, or when they're trying to, anyway, they forget about Legendary Pred that's just completely just eradicating them with projectiles and then going in and protecting K7. Like, it's really difficult for them to kind of figure out, okay, who do we need to go after?
Right. Maybe split them up approach could work out pretty well here if they feel confident in it. Definitely risky for sure, but I mean, seeing how just well they work together when they rush down together, maybe sort of trying to disrupt that teamwork a bit, could lead to some good stuff for them.
That's definitely a possibility, but one thing to note is Velma, at least at a distance or up close, does struggle against Batman, so it can be really hard for her to deal with those super aggressive options. So maybe Kage feels like he has to keep themselves available in order to go in and help. Go in and help when it is necessary, but it's hard to say.
Yeah, most definitely is where I got into this next game in this very, very exciting set for sure. We'll have to see, man, how they're going to get past this aggression, bro. We'll see if they can or what they choose to do so.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. Will they meet their demise here in losers semis? Will they fall at 4th place? We will find out as we go into this potentially final game. World's Greatest Detectives. And then we have ArchKage on the other end. Let's find out. I wonder if we're going to be seeing a new stage. Cromulon's maybe not working out for them too well. I can understand, but I think maybe it's time to try to switch it up. Maybe try to go to, let's find out. Yep, we're going right to Sky Arena, and we're seeing a character swap to Morty.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, I've seen Morty get some more faith in a bit from the high-level community. He's very good at creating space, so maybe they just craving that. I can see that, too. K7 Shaw's put on so much pressure. I mean, they just try to get him off from the explosives. And the projectile game, too, could be very good for him. But right now, Kage is definitely just getting kind of juggled.
I think my biggest problem with Morty currently is he is a character that does require a lot of setup.
Yeah.
And you need a character that can really support him and get in there. And Wonder Woman is that to a degree. But the thing is with Morty also struggles to kill. Like, he struggles pretty hard to get a kill. He needs, like, a straight hit. Usually, in order to do it, because his forward air doesn't kill, his little projectile is Nair, can kill, but it's not super common and not till about like high percent. So I don't know how I feel about this pick. I am leaning more towards thinking like, hey, it's kind of a Hail Mary sort of moment. If it works out, great, and if not, you gave it a try.
Yeah. I mean, it could be a sort of situation where, yeah, like you said, sort of Hail Mary situation. May as well try something new. I mean, Morty can get something going if he has room to his own devices, but we've seen so much pressure coming out that he's just not finding that room.
Oh no, my god. That was so dangerous. I think the Bat Bomb actually saved her. But I could be wrong on that. It looked like she was about to get spiked, but just barely lives through it. K7's gonna barely live through that dare. Might actually get the return onto Kage, but Kage able to just barely avoid that that dare.
Yeah, barely avoided it, but still very curious situation for him. And yep, gets kill off the top for the trouble, but at the same time though, that is vertical kill on Kage.
Oh no!
Oh my god!
No, dude! The UFO betrayed him!
Dude. Alien sent him to the sunken place right there, bro, as he gets the down air, and jeez, that was a rough way to end that for them.
That loose screen is still incredible. Just the slow amazing. Clap. Just I can imagine just Morty being like, "That's how you won, huh?"
Someone's passive aggressive shit.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I mean, you would have to be at least a little bit salty to lose that way. I mean, yeah, for it to go in the direction that it did, which the direction it went was down. That was kind of just a steady downhill slope between the three games of just Kaio and Archangel not knowing how to deal with the aggression. So they were just like, screw it, let's try out Morty. And I understand the idea, but Morty does not do particularly too well against characters that are super aggressive. His moves are also not easy to use, surprisingly not very easy to use. Like his dirt move is pretty difficult to get off in certain situations. His grenades are hard to land, and they also can get knocked away by the enemy. His little projectile doesn't do that much damage. Just like he wasn't able to get off any of the damage or do any amount of comboing himself. It looks like he just struggled really hard.
Yeah, Morty, he really needs to have time, set up like multiple grenades and set up, the side B to split them. Those kind of things can definitely be scary for playing against Morty, but without having time to set those up or not go for them at all, he becomes like too honest. I feel like.
He is the most honest character in this game. Him and Gizmo feel like they were just designed like to be just pretty honest, generally.
Well, I don't know about Gizmo. He got some stuff. I think Gizmo got some stuff.
What are you talking about? He's honest. Have you seen that little car?
Have you seen that little car?
I don't want to hear it. Yeah, I just also have to highlight, it's so insane that like Kozilek and Rexa and Donte and Miko are just not like make it any further. Kozilek and Rexa falling out right before top 8.
Yes. That is
after winning a tournament yesterday. That's gotta be a weird feeling.
Definitely a weird one for sure. I can imagine that. That's pretty insane. That's very insane, man. But like we saying, bro, the upsets be coming out sometimes, man.
There are tons of upsets coming out tonight for sure, and we might see one more because our final set in loser's side is going to be No Cash and Luck versus the world's greatest detectives, K7, and of course, legendary Pred. Now, this should be interesting. I mean, No Cash and Luck, Aria, and Bugs. Batman it is a little scary if you're Batman, because Aria can kill you at pretty low percents. But then, on top of it too, having a Velma in the equation can create situations where Arya could just get reversed pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's definitely an all-around sort of weird, sort of scary situation for both teams because of just that. It can definitely be incredibly volatile. I can definitely imagine that both teams may just want hunker down, maybe slow things down. Maybe not K7 show off. He's very much aggressive, actually. Now I think about that, but it's definitely is scary trying to be more aggressive against them because, like you said, he just dies so early to Arya.
You blow up. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Arya is the lightest character in the game, but then you also have Batman, who is the second lightest character in the game. That makes a whole lot of sense. But then, you have Luck there as well, and Bucks has some of the best kill powers in the game. Kill power in the game. You get looped once, and you're at 40.
It's honest.
Shut up. Yo, can we get this Blackamore guy off commentary spreading misinformation?
I always spread unverifiable facts.
All right. You want to hear a fact?
What's up?
That Helga hat is gas. I've been looking at it like the entire time. That Helga hat is nice. Right?
Definitely is, bro. Shout out to Nano from the Nick community, bro. Definitely the homie he made that. Dude's sick with it for sure.
Yeah. They got some talent, that is for sure. I need to hit him up about a Nigel hat.
That would go crazy.
Right? It would go so crazy. Or a Waldo hat. Just have like the yeah, just
that's true. That's true.
Right? Like, I gotta do it. But
or
go ahead.
So I get a hat that has Nigel wearing the Waldo hat on it.
That's Galaxy Brain. That is actually just such a good idea. I didn't even think about that. But one thing I've been thinking about, because I've been so preoccupied with it, it's this set between NoCash and Luck and the world's greatest detectives, K7 and Legendary Pred. We're going to be getting into it very shortly. We are loading in as we speak. So stick around. We're going to watch very soon. But Blackamore, before we get into this set, never mind, we're getting into this set right now as I say that. But Blackamore, what do you want to see from this set? Tell me.
Oh, I just want to see some action going forward, man. K7 Shaw has become a big favorite of mine. Just this wild Batman play, it's amazing for sure. So I'd love to see him crack the sort of neutral heavy play style that Luck and NoCash normally have.
And we see already some of those cracks coming out. I mean, K7's already put on 57 damage, 61 damage to NoCash.
Jeez.
And NoCash kind of struggling to get in, but now all of a sudden that knife is in K7, but he's able to barely escape it.
Yeah, when Arya has that dagger in you, bro, it's a feeling of absolute fear. Like, I swear, especially if you're Batman.
Yeah, no, it's literally the Jordan Peele meme of just you're sweating. Like, constantly
there
sweating.
It is. You're sweating because of that. Just because of that. And then down there.
He didn't get time to sweat because he got spiked into the blast zone, dude. Holy crap. And he might die again. He just got back.
Man. Yeah, try to set it up too. I feel like, dude, Luck and NoCash are so good at switching between the aggression and the sort of the neutral-based playstyle. It's just so difficult to keep track of, so difficult to deal with.
It's incredibly difficult to deal with. I mean, K7 right now is kind of meeting his match a little bit with NoCash, where NoCash is very aggressive, but maybe gets a little too aggressive there, going to lose that stock. But NoCash, as I was saying, they pick their approaches a bit more carefully, a bit more methodical.
Yeah, with Arya, you kind of feel like you have to a lot of times, because he's a character that, when you get the right setup, she can be super devastating, but not so much when doesn't have it. Great save from Luck, by the way, but ooh, the ledge goes down there for the trouble. Great stuff to K7.
I really loved that coordination from K7 and that awareness too. Knew where Luck was going to fall, gets the spike, but maybe that might not be enough because Legendary Pred is sitting at 113. This is a really dangerous situation to be in. If you are the Velma player here, you have two characters that are going to be hunting for you, but now you have a mystery machine that's hunting for you. It's gonna capture him and send him to the blast zone! This just got way closer than any of us expected!
Absolutely, did a big turnaround for sure. This over Pred getting that, and right now it's to be anyone's game, but blue team trying to run away with it before they have any room to come back. Pred off the side of the screen. They're trying so hard to get him, but amazing coverage of K7 peeling for his teammate so well, and they're trying to situation. Uppy! The dynamite miss! That would have been so crucial of a hit! It doesn't quite hit.
Oh, he's
Dominated.
barely living. They're too busy with K7. They can't really deal with him. But all of a
They
sudden,
can't.
oh no! Luck loses his stock! And that's gonna do it! What happened? That was such a reversal, such a great
great composure from K7 and legendary Pred, able to barely hold back from the jaws of defeat, snatch that game away.
Jeez, that was a lot happening right there at the end of that.
That mystery machine. Oh, if I was no cash and luck, I would be throwing obscenities at my screen right now, because what happened, and I can't prove this, I think Luck knocked it into no cash and sent him off.
Oh, really?
I think. I don't know that. I don't want to get sued by that team, so I'm not going to say that it happened. But I think that it happened. I could be very wrong, though.
Yeah, that would be even more tough if that did indeed happen right there. Man, it was so crazy just how long Pred just stayed alive and just how well K7 was just protecting him, dude. That teamwork, love to see it, man. Every time K7 was in their face too, you saw Pred put in more and more chit damage on him. It was crazy.
And you know, we were praising both teams, but really no cash and luck. That's an unfortunate way to lose. That has to be such a devastating loss, just to be that close, just so close, and then one misplay, yeah, it ends up falling apart, ruining your whole entire game plan. But then luck at the end, overextending, gets caught by cam bounce. Nothing they can do. No resources.
Yeah, man. It's just oh man, dude. It's hard for me to even think. I'm still thinking back on that match. That last moment was so wild right there, dude.
We're just gonna have to load into game number 2 and see what happens. My voice can't take much more. Literally, it can't. Oh my god, these games have, like, Friday Night Dunkin really takes it out. I'm gonna need some Dunkin' Donuts after this. I'm gonna need some coffee. Has anyone got any coffee?
Coffee, bro. Oh my god, man. Yeah, man. Just K7 and Pred, dude. I'm loving this team, bro. I hope we see more of them in the multiverses brackets, bro.
Right?
I swear.
K7 actually may just in fact be one of the best Batmans I've seen.
Oh yeah. No
just
doubt,
like
no doubt.
flat out next to like someone like Sandstorm, who we haven't seen in a hot minute. I wonder where they're at actually. But we're going right to Batcave, the most volatile stage, as I've mentioned previously. But one thing to note about this stage is this is one that benefits pretty much all of these characters to some degree.
Yeah.
So the top of the stage is going to be very dangerous for all of these characters to be in.
Right. Oh! Threatening for Velma right there. Stays alive right there, though.
And we can see K7 sharking, maybe going a little too far, but able to make it back. He's still so aggressive even on a stage like this, and Luck doing a really good job at repelling that aggression. Maybe K7 going a little too hard in, because Legendary Pred is now at 104%, forgetting maybe not to tunnel vision so hard.
Yeah, I think Red Team definitely needs to chill a little bit, because every time I'm seeing the Arya get someone near that top blast, I'm getting so scared for him. It doesn't matter, it gets killed off the side.
We actually, that could have been a really devastating dare had it landed. That missile is devastating, wasn't expecting that. That's the one thing about the bunny holes, is that they can send missile out. So sent his ass, went right up his ass into the blast zone. I mean, what else is there? What other way is there to say that, Blackamore?
There's none, to be honest with you. Okay, gets the dunk on no cash, good stuff.
You fight well.
And now we can see back in neutral. Luck still holding on to the stock, 106%. But now, all of a sudden, they're down 2 stocks. They got to work through these stocks pretty quick. Luck and No Cash just feel way more in control of this game than they did the last one. The last one was really close. This one, not so much.
Yeah, they're absolutely just
definitely not
stage and just controlling the advantage state and not letting it go as they take that like 4 kills to 1. I think that was.
Yeah, definitely great response from No Cash and Luck. Can't expect anything less from that team.
Yeah,
Well,
no, that was very good. That's definitely what this team likes to do. Like having those games where you can control the pace of the game. You want them to play your game if you're playing that team, and you definitely saw it in full force there.
I think Arya said it best. That was close to a challenge because it did not look too much of a challenge for NoCash and Luck. They felt completely in control since the start of that. And we even saw it reflected in player damage. I mean, K7 and Legendary Pred didn't really do much damage. They did barely 100 apiece. So.
Yeah, no, just even just like you said, that big difference of damage, it definitely just went to show, man. Every time, it felt like one of the people on the blue team rather got a hit going. It was just like they're taking that to the bank, bro. They're getting so much just mileage off it, and just like mileage that the other team just wasn't getting right there.
They got an inch and took a mile, as they say, and that's really what happened. And it was just a snowball effect. Now, will that snowball effect make its way into game number 3? We'll have to see. But K7 and Legendary Pred have been in this situation before, so we're going to have to see how they respond. And I mean, I got to say too, K7 and Legendary Pred have had some pretty amazing comebacks stories today. They've had like 2 matches where they had insane comebacks. So we're going to have to see where that luck will take them and that skill will take them too. Going into game 3, I'd imagine a bigger stage is probably what they want.
Yeah, very interesting to think because on that smaller stage, it kind of felt like the NoCash and Luck kind of always sort of had control of the neutral because they were always just right there to get these loops hits on them. Batman really likes having this space to move around. And a stage like Batcave, granted, you can get those vertical kills very early on that stage, but it's like a give and take.
Batman can get those early kills, but kind of don't matter if you can't land those hits because Luck and NoCash were staying pretty agile during that whole time. And now as we get into this game number 3, we're going to have to see how these two adapt, but we can already see K7 being put into some pretty weird situations. Legendary Pred actually already, oh my god, he jumped into the blast zone.
Dude, he died so early. That's something you really do not want to see if you're the blue team right there. You definitely need to get a kill as soon as possible. They're trying to get it on Pred, but Pred's escapes, getting the weekend offer. Very good stuff.
And we were talking about take an inch, get a mile. K7 is very similar in that regard. You really cannot allow them to have this kind of a momentum shift. You can't allow it. It's just not allowed.
Yeah, it should not be, bro, because he will just take that momentum and do so much with it for sure. But okay, blue team fighting back a little bit. 90% on Batman, 82% on Pred.
And still pretty even regardless. They've gotten a decent amount of extra credit on there, and it's going to now look more even than ever. K7 sitting at 90%. Luck still only at 65. They're going to find themselves in the lead, going to get that clean up air. Grand slam out of the park. And even trying to get these loops going, but thankfully Legendary Pred there to support his boy.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to let him get the loose, bro. Like Connor, you don't let him get in the zone, but K7 looks like trying to get in the zone right there, trying to get the KO off the top as they KO NoCash off the bottom.
And now back again to a dead even game, but Luck looking not so healthy. Has to be really careful. That hit is going to do it. Maybe NoCash is about to fall, but finds themselves out of that situation. And now we are back in a neutral scramble spot. It looks like K7 is just focusing on Luck, trying to give his Velma room to breathe, just stay right on top of them. I like this strategy coming out. Luck and NoCash are having actually a difficult time getting in.
Yeah, honestly, and when they do, man, it feels like they're so nice at hitting them out of it, but very good KO. It's definitely doable for blue team right now, but Arya at 100+%. That character is super light. You can already tell NoCash is staying back a little bit. Can't really help out Luck too much. They do. They're going to be all over him right now, and Luck does eventually make it by their partner, but to what avail, man? I'm not sure.
Yeah, NoCash is really just trying to play back right now, but
Yeah.
it's not going to be enough. He's going to get caught out by that grounded up strong or that grounded up special. And now K7 and Legendary Pred find themselves at match point, potentially going to go into grand finals on loser's side. What a run this has been for them.
Oh yeah, it's just been nothing but a freaking blast to watch, dude. The coordination. I think it was a bit of a match earlier we were talking about, like, you know, they were kind of struggling, K7 going in a bit too much. But after that, man, it feels like he definitely did not forget the lesson learned right there. They did not at all, for sure. They're definitely going in together a lot more good teamwork going, and just being a lot more controlled within the chaos, if that makes sense.
Controlled chaos is the way to describe that. If K7 is chaos, then Legendary Pred is control. So together you have a sense of unity between the two, where K7 kind of keeps, or Legendary Pred keeps K7 a bit more grounded, but also just, you know, so, you know, if K7 needs to go support Legendary Pred, he's there so he doesn't tunnel vision too hard. But then also at the same time, Legendary Pred allows K7 to kind of go wild when he's on his own. Just like, hey, give me my space. Go do your thing. All right, we're good.
Yeah, man. The control chaos duo is always nice. It's like, what's an example? It's like Huey and Riley from Boondocks.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Huey and Riley, Rick and Morty.
Exactly.
You forget Rick and Morty in multiverses.
That's true. Hey, put like Huey in this game or Riley. That would be crazy.
That would be actually pretty. I don't know how they would work. How they would work though in this game.
Bro, I can just imagine interactions that would come from them. Imagine Riley talking to fucking Steven Universe, bro.
Oh my god,
that would be hilarious.
I can imagine right now just like being oh god. I'm not even gonna try to do Regina the voices for them. I can't do it. I will. I'm looking to keep my career. You do it. You can. You do it.
Oh, I don't want to get too, into deep in the character on TGS stream. You know what I'm saying? We family friendly out here. PG-13. You know what I'm saying?
Keep it PG-13 while just casually dropping F-bombs and talking about twerking, huh? Yeah.
That's basically PG-13. Look. Isn't it like a rule in the movies they get like one fuck per movie?
Now you've used two.
Damn it! You're right.
But also you can't use it in a sexual context.
I don't think I did.
I don't think I did. I mean, you said twerk.
Well, those are different contexts. Those are different
it's not.
contexts.
No, it's not. We can't talk about different contexts, though, going into the world's greatest detectives on the precipice of winning this set against NoCash and Luck. I'm interested to see what stage we're going to. We might go back to a smaller stage, just so Luck and NoCash can have a bit more control. And we do have a smaller stage indeed, and Trophy's Edge. This might be a fitting conclusion to this set. If K7 and Legendary Pred are to win, we will find out here going in who wants it, who earned it. Let's find out.
Yeah, definitely we'll find out for sure. I never see this working out for NoCash and Luck. As I say that though, K7 gets a big A off the top. That was sick.
He hit him with the 1, the 2, the 3. He hit him with the Tootsie Roll Pop. Give that man an orange Tootsie Roll Pop, if you will. My God. He's not done. He's falling up. He wants blood. He smells it in the water, but maybe smelling it a little too much. Right there, Legendary Pred almost losing their life, but not for too long. The flashlight gonna catch out NoCash, but oh boy.
Dude, K7's so hungry right now. You just see how he's playing, how he's so in their face, trying to get his kills as soon as possible right now, though. He gets second a bit of damage on him in the process, so maybe a little more careful. As I say that, though, gets the kill on the arm off the side.
Oh my God! This is a bloodbath!
What the heck? Oh my goodness, Orion gets the
my
first kill
God.
of the
NoCash and Luck have so much road to cover right now. They have to play these next stocks perfectly. They cannot afford to take much more damage. Luck is at 54 off the stage. NoCash is at 62, trying to get something going, but isn't able to follow it. That mystery machine, you cannot get hit by it. You can see.
Definitely.
Oh man, NoCash is able to get that. We're back in a bit of a neutral state right now.
Yeah, they just gave us so much station condition off that mystery machine, though, dude. But they're taking it back right now for there. He's on dead. But Velma gets killed in the process, though. They're still in a pretty good position, but you do not want to give Blue any more room to come back because they definitely will. Luck and NoCash have done it this tournament, in fact.
They have, and they will. Oh man, that knife was so crucial there. It saved NoCash's life, but it will not save Luck's life. You have no teleports, and here we go, moving into loser side. The underdogs coming in, who have been unknown. It's world's greatest detectives.
319, 3 KOs at K7. Dude, K7 looking at him like, I'm vengeance, bro. You don't mess with me, bro. What you talking about? That was crazy.
Such great stuff coming out from them. NoCash and Luck. Oh, like K7 was like, oh, you're gonna go to Trophy's Edge, right? you like it. I was molded by it, raised by it. I didn't see another stage till I was a man, and by then all of them sucked. Great stuff going out to the world's greatest detectives. NoCash, Luck. Good job on your third place placement. They are going to be placed in the money. $15 a piece. That's still pretty good for a free tournament. So good stuff to them. Had a great run, but just goes to show the amount of talent that is here. We're going to see the world's greatest detectives go up against the ChrisSPNagy fan club, which that is a hell of a name. But this is another team that's been just absolutely dominating in this tournament. Really, you gotta give credit where credit is due. They have made quite a run, so it'll be interesting to see if they are able to keep up this momentum, because you gotta think world's greatest detectives have been fighting for like 90 minutes straight. You gotta wonder how how Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy have been staying warm.
Yeah, that's always a factor in these multiverse tournaments, because just how long these games sometimes tend to go out. It's definitely a scenario, like you said, you definitely need to stay warm. It's definitely very difficult too, especially with K7 and Legendary Pred just coming off a set like that, coming in so warm, dude. Like it's crazy.
And that momentum has got to do something for them. I mean, you gotta think about it too. Having that amount of gameplay experiences from running through all of those teams, some of them very well-respected teams, you gotta wonder what that does to somebody when especially K7, who's like, I'm out for blood, I want all of it. So
oh yeah, most definitely. I can imagine that would be very scary to play against for Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy. Being potentially cold, especially coming into such an aggressive team as this, can definitely be scary. So we definitely need to get their bearings as soon as possible to not let them run over. Because if you blink, 1 second could be a reset, bro, against these two.
Yeah, they have to go in very cautious, because this is unparalleled aggression that we have seen. It's on a whole new level. You got regular aggression, you got minor aggression, and then you got severe aggression. This is it's up here. They need to be at about like here if they want to hope to win. But also, I mean, Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy do a great job of separating themselves. I mean, Mr. Peachy is just definitely more like, I'm cool, I'm gonna chill over here, and Mr. Man is like, I'm gonna get in there. So he's also a very aggressive player. But Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy might have to be comfortable both playing aggressive, because we've seen what happens with Mr. Peachy in those last couple of sets we saw, that they didn't do well when someone was right in their face, and K7 is going to be right there the whole time.
Absolutely, definitely just lives in their face, making it as much of a nightmare as possible to get anything going to that close range for sure. And when he is in that close range, he has like that battering to mix it up in that mid range too, bro, which applies a weaken. as well. Just like it can just result in so much damage, and also not even talking about Pred, who right behind him. That's the right hand man right there, bro. Just like with the Velma getting more hits on him, is just like it can go down so quickly, and we've seen it go down so quickly for sure.
It can go downhill, like that. So, you know, I definitely know that Mr. Peachy and Mr. Man want this to be a clean 3-0. Everyone wants that. But absolutely. I also know with World's Greatest Detectives, they want to make this difficult. They want a 6-0 on their end. They want to repeat Evo, except on TGS. Which, by the way, if you're enjoying what you're seeing right now, guess what? You can enter this tournament too. Every Friday Night Dunkin. Number 5 will be this time next week. Prize pool is usually set to some amount of money. Today it's $300. So if whoever wins this is going to be walking away with $90 apiece. Winners of the last, or the losers in third place, they've got 15, and I think right now, if the person who takes second gets 45 apiece, I think, something like that. That's an amount of money. Go ahead, join. You might win. We've seen the World's Greatest Detectives. We didn't know who they were before coming in. Now they're probably on the preface of winning this entire tournament. So we're going to have to find out, though, as we get into this set. We're loading in as I speak to the ChrisSPNagy fan club, which I got to look up what that means after this, versus the World's Greatest Detectives.
Couldn't set the stage better myself, man. That's definitely, they'll be sure to enter Friday Dunkin. Of course, they run very great tournaments. They run, well, for multi-versus events, pretty timely, too. So definitely recommend it.
Oh, ChrisSPNagy is a Rain Dog player.
Ah, really?
Yeah, apparently a top 10 Rain Dog player.
So it's like, it's just like a, oh, oh, got it. I see. That's funny.
Or ChrisSPNagy, yeah. I don't know. I don't fully get the name, the team name, but hey, you know, if they're fans or if they're just being ironic, more power to them. You can't be ironic against this kind of a team, though, with K7 and Legendary Pred, but then Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy. We got 2 Velmas, and then we got Shaggy, and then we got Edgy Shaggy.
Yeah, the war between K7 and Mr. Man actually would definitely be a crucial point for this match for sure. It depends. One of them's going to be doing a lot of work, and they're going to be fighting to make sure it's them.
They really want this win. They want to get this clean 3-0. They've been waiting for at least now hour and a half for this game. The big sandwich going to come out, not going to connect with anyone, but Rage is online, full weekend applied onto Legendary Pred, almost dying there. That down air, though, is going to take that stock from K7. When you're that high a percent of Batman, not much you can do.
Definitely not. Oh, barely missed the up B. Mr. Man living. Trying to get something going. Started here. Runs a bit on Batman. Gets knocked off stage, though. Dive kick. And gets killed on the side from Velma for extra measure. Great stuff. Blue team taking the lead.
Now, this isn't a horrible position. Oh, maybe never mind. It is a horrible position. Oh, my God. I spoke too soon. Mr. Peachy, you ain't so peachy right now. Why are you down there, buddy? Oh, that was so unfortunate. Sure. They had to get that stock without losing. They had to get legendary stock without losing Peachy's. Not the position you want to be in, but not unwinnable.
Well, absolutely not, for sure. Shaggy type character, man, all he needs is that one good opening, and he can get this basically even game right now. But if it's up to K7, he's not going to let that happen, right? He's putting in so much work, has so much momentum right now. Mr. Peachy struggling to fight back a little bit, bro.
Mr. Peachy has been dealing with this Batman. Mr. Man kind of going right on in to Legendary Pred. I do like the idea, just don't give the Velma a chance to potentially score that kill. But now, all of a sudden, this is looking not too out of Mr. Man and Peachy's out of their grasp, but right now both of them in kind of a precarious situation. The Mystery Machine is out, but not needed. Game 1 gonna be going to K7 and Legendary Pred. That's what I was talking about, that warmth. They were ready to fight.
Absolutely, bro. They came in guns blazing for sure. Straight hands being thrown as soon as from the word go. You see 344 damage from Pred, bro. Insane stuff for sure. And K7 show off, not to discredit him for sure. He was definitely putting a mountain of offense and definitely just leading the charge for the blue team.
Right, there was a lot done in that set to make those plays possible between K7 and Legendary Pred. Like, they both put in an equal amount of work, and Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy did. It was just one bad misplay is really what stopped them from potentially winning that game. I guarantee you that if that stock hadn't been taken, that would have looked very different, because they would have had an extra stock to play with. But Mr. Peachy just off stage for whatever reason at a low percent, trying to support his teammate, ends up dying themselves.
Yeah, it's a classic situation we've seen playing time in this game, bro. It's just like sometimes you get a bit panicky, jumpy when your team is getting jumped over, so you overextend a little bit and try to help them out, bro. And just like that, you die instead. It just happens. It just happens.
It's weird how crazy how nature do that when you think about it. But Mr. Man, Mr. Peachy, I think it was just a couple minor misplays, because it did get pretty close right at the end, but nothing too out of their reach. I think they can easily make a comeback here.
Yeah, definitely. As we're loading into this next game, what do you feel like they can do to sort of like make that a bit easier to deal with the aggression from K7?
I think what may need to be the case is they might need to just try to pick a bit of a bigger stage, just to give themselves a little more space to work with. But the other thing that needs to happen is I think Mr. Peachy just needs to be more comfortable dealing with up-close situations, because that's what you're going to have to deal with when you're Batman. If K7 starts getting close, you need to reposition, move closer to Mr. Man so they're able to help you, or so they're able to provide support. That's the best way, I would say, to go about it.
Yeah, because it felt like, I do agree, because it kind of felt a lot of time very split off in that game, and I think it definitely led to Pred and K7 be able to like come together on them for sure. I can definitely just imagine them just trying to stick together a bit more would probably just help them out in the long run from this offense.
Will help them out quite a bit as we move into this game 2, going right to Trophy's Edge. Last time we were here, didn't work out for the team on the receiving end of K7 and for Mr. Peachy, and it's looking like it might be a repeat of that, because Mr. Peachy going to lose that stock very quick.
Absolutely, bro. Hit him with the upper cape as well as the snipe, dude. That is very rough. And Shaggy's on stage too. Mr. Man definitely needs to be a bit careful.
We can see projectiles are being flown out left and right. Peachy already at 48%. We can see Legendary Pred still sticking at a clean 72. That's 2 stocks already that are lost by Peachy. What is going on?
I tell you what's going on, bro. Just the amazing offensive pen.
He did not just emote.
That was crazy. I saw that. That was wild.
Yeah, you deserve to lose that stock, buddy. Holy crap.
He was wilding right there, bro.
If he would have gotten that kill, holy crap. It was kind of like one of those Mario Party mini games where it's just miss.
Stupid.
Hey, you know it's true though.
It kind of is. Blue team definitely not missing for sure, though. 125 with Shaggy. All it takes is 180 K7 trying to get that. All it mattered, though. Pred picked up the KO. K7 put so much pressure on the Velma.
Oh, that's it.
And just comes off the top. That's it. K7 Pred gets the game 2, and it might be a 6-3-0 situation we talking about here in this set 1, man.
Yeah, this is
That's one mystery solved.
that was I don't know what happened there from Mr. Peachy, but that was a bit interesting. It kind of looked like Mr. Peachy maybe either one of two things. Again, it was just that aggression not having an answer, but also maybe Mr. Man just wasn't supporting his teammate in the best way that they could. It's kind of hard to say because that was such a blur, like a chaotic blur, but it definitely seemed that K7 and Legendary Pred just were in total control the entire game.
Yeah, most definitely. Random, but like I'm looking into like K7 show off a bit. He's actually very prominent in the traditional fighting game scene, actually.
Really?
Yes, I see a lot of Mortal Kombat stuff and a lot of Guilty Gear stuff as well, which is really interesting to see.
We've seen a lot of players from traditional fighting games come over and give this a try. I mean, Broly Legs is one who actually placed pretty well at EVO. So, you know, this game definitely does appeal to a pretty wide audience in terms of fighting games. And there's so many fighting games that are coming out. I mean, we've had Multiverses. Tekken 8 just got announced. That's pretty sick. Street Fighter, they revealed the whole roster today.
They did.
Like the launch, I hear it's huge. And then on top of it, you also have Project L that's on the horizon. You have Super Smash Brothers Melee 2.
Wait a second.
What that was
One
announced.
of these things is not like the other.
Yeah, it's one of them is not. One of them doesn't have a 2 in the title. That's what you mean,
fair.
right?
Maybe.
But as we get into this potentially last game of this set, we need to see some adaptation coming out from the misters, the misters.
Yeah, most definitely. It's like you were saying earlier, dude. Just having that momentum carried over from all his last matches definitely doing a lot for K7 Pred. Just confidence-wise, man, they're just definitely playing with authority right now.
So much authority, an incredible amount of authority, just so much command. They are in charge here, but they still have a chance to potentially mess this up in the next set if it does go to a set number 2. But we are already seeing this aggression coming out from K7. However, maybe a bit too over-aggressive as they find themselves in disadvantage, but able to get right back out.
Yeah, this is interesting. I've seen a lot of K7 and Mr. Man just throwing hands with each other, and these are two very aggressive characters. They can definitely just go either way between these two.
We're seeing it right now. This is actually the most even the games have started off. I mean, Mr. Peachy hasn't lost a stock super early yet. Seems to be playing with the space a little bit more. A little bit better, too. Mr. Man, though, almost dying off of that, but just barely going to live. Mr. Peachy is not going to live, period, but is going to get a dare off onto K7. Great stuff for Mr. Man.
Yeah, most definitely. I think we're just so much of just seeing the offensive power of his sort of go back and forth and just uppercut going back and forth and stuff like that. A lot of it will kind of come down to the war between these developments right now. Prez definitely has a better end of that for sure, dude.
Yeah, Legendary Pred at night. They're just doing such a good job of holding onto their stock and maintaining space and just mixing up their approaches. Now that Mystery Machine is out, that Mystery Machine won't be out for too much longer, though.
Yeah, just a tiny bit shit damage. Get out of that very early. Kind of had to for sure.
Shaggy really maybe kind of hopeless right now, trying to get in, get this damage off. And Mr. Man kind of struggling to find this final hit on to Legendary Pred, and it's actually going to be Mr. Peachy to get it. We're looking at an actually relatively even game because K7 is at 111%. Oh my god, the speech bubble popped him up right into the dare. Really unfortunate stuff. This is now actually looking like a game that that Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy might be able to win. They are racking on some decent damage.
That word was looking like a hell of a slingshot right there. Shout out Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, baby. We just crouched underneath the sandwich. That looked funny.
Hey, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. It worked, didn't it?
That's facts. That's facts. Most definitely. Blue team trying to put in some work of their own, trying to come back from this.
This is actually
high percent on both.
Oh no!
Oh, the sniper on one doesn't KO though. Good DI.
This is actually not. Oh man, this is actually looking kind of scary. I mean, we've actually seen. This is something I've never seen from K7 before. They were actually being really selective about going in. they might need to continue to be just kind of protect legendary Pred, but maybe not. They might just dive right on in, just really trying to get this kill. But you know, playing safe. They don't want to. They don't want to overextend. You can see Mr. Peachy is right there. Good playback right there. Oh my God! Maybe going too far for it, Mr. Man. What are you doing?
Oh, definitely. He got so hungry to get that kill. They didn't even realize a Batman coming in, ready to kick his stuff in for sure right there. But,
Not all about power.
dude, K7 and Pred, man, we send the bracket in a 3-0 fashion. That was like the only one that felt like really competition for them, I want to say.
That was, yeah, very close. So Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy adapted decently well, but not well enough because Mr. Man, he got a little too greedy.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Man 62. I don't know, dog. That you had to have been 62 to miss the Batman coming right on in.
That was terrible.
Hey,
He was looking a very hungry man right there. And no microwave dinners.
No sandwiches nearby. You know, he wanted that. He wanted that sandwich. He wanted the Velma sandwich. But not going to quite get it. That is a clean 3-0. We're getting a reset of this bracket.
Oh man, bro, just the dominance for that whole set, honestly, for K7 and Pred was just incredible too. Granted, they being, of course, Mr. Man, Mr. Peachy, were definitely starting to adapt near the end of that, but it was definitely a case of too little, too late. Now going to this next set, it definitely could be a bit more of a toss-up as long as they keep challenging them in that neutral, letting them get less things going without trading and stuff like that.
There will be some definite trading involved, as we saw in that game 3, where there were a lot of trades and it got very competitive right at the end. So we'll have to see how Mr. Man, Mr. Peachy are able to adapt and see if they are maybe able to pull this back.
Mm-hmm.
But before we get into that next set, guys, we are going to go to a quick break. But if you stay tuned, we'll come back with the conclusion of Friday Night Dunkin', so stay tuned.
All right, welcome back to Friday Night Dunkin' number 4. It's been such an incredible bracket. If you have been watching so far, we're at the second set of grand finals. K7 show off Legendary Pred just did an insane number on Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy in this grand final set right now. Of course, I'm LuckMVS64, still here with Waldo. Dude, you've been enjoying this as much as I have, dog?
Yes. I have definitely. It's been a hell of a set. The underdogs from that everyone, including myself, had not heard of before this, came out of the woodwork and surprised the hell out of me, surprised the hell out of you. But now we are on to the final set. They are in. They have the potential to from all the way from losers to win this, and I actually need to see when they fell all the way from losers round 7, which is pretty crazy to think about it. And we're going right into game number 4, technically game number 1 of this set. World's Greatest Detectives versus the ChrisSPNagy fan club.
Sir, Mr. Man not want to take it sitting down for sure. He's already been taking a number on them, going in so hard on them, definitely trying to, out offensive Batman. It's working out pretty well at the moment.
It's working out pretty well, but at the same time, too, Mr. Peachy not in the best spot, but great reversal coming out from Mr. Man. Gonna get that dare, find themselves ahead for what feels like the first time within these 2 games.
Whew. You definitely tell Mr. Man just made a conscious effort and just try to be the one that just makes the offense game this incredible. K7 though, K7 not to be slept on though, gets the hook shot into the up air, getting that stock off.
Yeah, great stuff coming out from K7. Can't really count them out yet. You might need to count Legendary Pred out, but never mind. He's going to get some great little loop going, but not able to get any more significant follow-up from that. And that was the most important cam bounce today that we've seen so far. Oh no! Maybe Mr. Peachy might die, but he's using that dare to float back. Oh no! But now we're seeing these dares come out. What's going on, LuckMVS? I'm scared!
I don't even know. I'm so scared too. But Mr. Man's doing a great job protecting, but now it's such a very scary situation. Live to see another day though.
And we can see K7. I love his use of up special at ledge. That is such a hard move to deal with. At ledge, because it hits under. So you have to be scared about going too high, but then you also just got to be scared of being too just right under it.
Yeah, most definitely is super terrifying for sure, but not as terrifying as the red team right now as you get that stop. KKO on K7 show off. Ooh, Pred's down so low, somehow makes it back from the depths.
Oh, Mr. Man kind of went a bit too hard for it, but now the Mystery Machine is out. And now they Legendary Pred has to put themselves in potentially a precarious situation in order to save it. Great mix-up on the recovery. Is going to be able to recover. This is starting to slip out of K7 and Pred's hands, but we've seen them come back from a higher deficit.
Definitely. Neon Batman, Velma's off stage too. Yeah. Now, they're definitely not getting back from that rough edge guard position right there. The Misters striking back in this set 2, taking that first game.
Definitely a different team than we saw in the first 3 games. Way more aggressive on Mr. Man. Mr. Peachy felt more comfortable with those up-close options. And then also Legendary Pred and K7 had a hard time getting something going. They did have a couple of good kills, as we saw with K7. And K7's aggression did work out in some situations, but not all of them.
Yeah, not all of them for sure. And just, man, we're saying the big difference for sure there was Mr. Man's performance in the Shaggy. He was definitely being so much more aggressive, just not letting K7 really take the control of the game, if you will, away from them, and definitely just establishing that very early on. Like, I will go in and I will just mess y'all up with the reads.
And he was getting some pretty good reads there. Mr. Man just felt more confident going up against K7. Like, all right, you're going to be aggression, then I'm going to meet you with my own form of aggression. And Shaggy, for many people, has some of the best offensive options in the game currently.
Yeah, most definitely. But
now-
against this game 2, the set 2 here.
And now we are going to Trophy's Edge. This stage, again, K7 really thrives on, as we've seen. We're seeing that come out right now with some really great combos going. It's a good string.
Oh my god,
but
oh my
Legendary
god!
Fred got such a good combo string going. Already, Mr. Man sitting on a clean 101%. That is not where you want to be, literally within the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, super crazy camp bounce combo coming out. Both of them is incredibly high percent because of that. That's a huge boost of momentum you definitely want to have starting this game off with.
It's really kind of a scary situation, but Mr. Peachy and Mr. Man have been able to hold on to these stocks and have been able to even it up a bit. But K7 going for that charged up special, going to get that kill. And then Mr. Man, but then K7 is also going to be able to follow it up. So now all of a sudden, they are up 2 stocks to 1. We got to see how much extra credit they're able to get before dropping.
Yeah, they already have a pretty decent amount on Peachy right now that Mr. Man trying to get in. He's definitely at risk of getting hit a little bit, but he's definitely putting so much pressure and making it so hard for him to make things happen. Somehow the sniper shot didn't do anything there. Ooh! Fred getting KO'd, but
and now we can see that they did get a decent amount of extra credit. Mr. Peachy at 81%, Mr. Man 55%. K7 is doing a really good job of picking their approaches a bit more carefully, not running in as willy-nilly as we've seen. And also following up Legendary Pred's hits as well. We're seeing that come out in dividends. There's the big sandwich.
yeah,
That's such a waste of food, dude.
Definitely is, but it's not a waste of space because it controls a lot of that, man.
You have to play around that sandwich. You don't want to get hit by that. You definitely also don't want to get hit by Megaphone going right into Batman up special, though. Mr. Man going to now need to play on the outside of this, not get in too close. But K7, we know he's a mad dog. He wants that kill, not able to find it onto K7, and instead is going to be on the receiving end of a dare. That will be a 1-1 set so far.
Yeah, near the end of that, Mr. Man was definitely just staying aggressive, sort of situation where probably oh, we have more games to play with, it don't really matter. So let's probably get some reads popping, but definitely doesn't. But K7, Pred, either way, take that second game. Good stuff to them. Staying alive. Ha, 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 ha. Staying alive. Staying the Looney Goose, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, hope y'all have been enjoying showing me and Waldo here. It's definitely been a very, very fun time. You good there, Waldo?
You need to shut the fuck up!
Don't take my shtick ever again. Okay.
I had to. It was a good shtick.
It was a good shtick. I will give you that. But I also do have to give it to K7 and Legendary Pred for keeping their head in the game. You know, they did a really good job of picking that stage. That's a comfort pick for them, pretty clearly. K7 just exceeds. He gets into his final form on that stage almost, where he's like, "Ooh, yeah, I can run everywhere." You know, it's kind of like a knife through butter. He's like, "Ooh, yeah, I can get through this just fine." You know, and Mr. Man though, just his reads were just not as strong as they were in the last game. But that's kind of the thing with Shaggy, is when you get the reads, you get the reads. With Batman, you don't need to work as hard to get those reads because his hitboxes are quite a lot bigger.
Right, and just I think generally, well, it's not counting Rage Sandwich. Generally, Batman's projectile, of course, the Batarang put on a lot more pressure generally than Shaggy's regular sandwiches.
It's pretty insane. That sandwich, it's funny though, yeah, like if we're talking regular sandwich, Batarang is better, but then Rage Sandwich comes out, and that's just insane.
Yeah.
And controls space so well. But now we are seeing this pure aggression come out. Mr. Man sitting at 66. Mr. Peachy sitting in disadvantage off stage. What you doing there? We know what happens when you're off stage, dude. We don't want to see it again.
Yeah, most definitely. And Shaggy has definitely been wrapped up in the war against K7 and not coming out on the better end of it, man. 150, 15% on him right now. Definitely danger being killed right there. I'll be surprisingly, I didn't kill the Batarang will.
I loved K7's pure aggression coming out there. Mr. Peachy as well, just not really able to do anything but sit and watch. But also, it was unfortunate there. Mr. Man kind of came out in the losing end, even if he lived, because he was forced to burn Rage to get back to stage.
Yeah, good stuff. Just forcing him to use that precarious situation for the blue team.
Ooh. Good mix-ups on the recovery.
Absolutely.
And now the Mystery Machine is out. The Mystery Machine is going after Mr. Man. It has gotten Mr. Man, but it won't hold him for too long. But maybe Mr. Peachy should just have let it get him, because now they're on the receiving end of some damage.
Absolutely. Speaking of damage, there's so much damage all around on the board. K7 getting kicked by Shaggy. Getting stuck out, but he's at 146. Somehow he's still alive. Woo. Gets away.
K7 has been doing a good job of getting in and out of this damage. That Bat Bomb will most certainly kill. Yep. That is going to be a double stock for the blue team. They now have so much more room to play around with. Legendary Pred at 136, and now we're seeing K7 only at 29. What is going on? K7 has not been taking damage.
Yeah, he's just been maneuvering, bro. He's been so impossible to catch, bro. Also, they're putting a lot of focus on Pred, too.
Yeah, Pred has been also doing a really great job of holding on to these stocks. And now Mr. Peachy is kind of being forced to play aggressive, but just kind of spamming out just the light bulb, which is not one of her best aggressive options. I mean, it is, but at the same time, you definitely want to be more approaching with camera or with flashlight.
Yeah. It's definitely right now. No, Mr. Man's trying to run away a bit.
Oh, that's it.
29.
No, it's not. Yeah,
jeez. Yeah, the Ubby will definitely kill him. K7 and Legendary Pred, our underdogs for this whole tournament, are just one game away from taking it, man. That's one mission. This is a crazy run for them.
It's crazy that nobody expected this team to win, and now they are on the verge of winning the entire tournament against some of the biggest names in multiverses right now, against NoCash, against Rosalic or Kozilix. I almost combined their two names. Hey, that could be a cool name. If you decide to use that name, though, you owe me royalties for it. I deserve a penny anytime says it. But against players such as that, just to make it as far as they have, nothing short of impressive, and a feat in and of its own right. And now we are potentially moving on to the final game in this bracket. Not a 6-0, but a 6-1 possibly.
Yeah, was it 1-1 or 2-0 right now?
It was 1-1, but now it's 2-1. Because they played game 1, and the Misters won on that, and then game 2 was on Trophy's Edge, and then they just won that game.
Right.
Okay. Yep.
That's just, it's harder sometimes. Yeah, these games are just flying by, dude.
They are, dude. It kind of turns into like a blur where just afterwards you're like, okay, I need a break.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, but we are at the end. It is the end, my friend. And here we go. We are on the potential final game, game 4. We are moving right in. K7, Wolf, and Legendary Pred, will they be your champions? Or will Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy hold them from that? They also want this too. This team was also an underdog. No one expected them to make it as far as they did either.
Yeah, and to get here on winner side of Grands too, being the underdog too is wild too. So it's like underdog battle up in here, bro. It's crazy.
Oh my god, that up air is so stale. That thing a stale Cheeto after it's been exposed to the elements for about 12 hours.
Ooh.
Oh, great stuff. I love K7 just immediately going after the mystery machine, not giving them time, but K7 may not be living for too much longer, but is able to bring it right on back. Mr. Man's also sitting at 104%.
Yeah, he definitely is taking a lot of damage. Ooh, K7 is taking a lot of damage too, getting the KO right there.
And is going to take a megaphone to the face. Peachy going pretty hard in on Legendary Pred, but going to be on the receiving end of Batman, already sitting at 118, 123 on the red team respectively. But I think that's the reason they picked the stage, because it is a lot harder to get for Batman and for Velma to kill. But as I say that, of course,
Right.
both of them blow up.
Yeah, they would definitely eventually die for that's the nature of the game, of course. But like you definitely said, it is definitely a lot harder to get those kills a lot of time. Calls a mystery machine. Probably not gonna do too much. Oh, Shaggy's in it though. Wait a minute, he got so much damage off of that. He's at 65 right now. He was like basically at 20 before.
I thought it jumped off the edge for a minute. That's why I got scared.
Yeah.
Which that would have been crazy, but
You know.
Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy aren't taking this lion down. They're fighting back. They want this, but so does Legendary Pred, getting these amazing combos going right on to Mr. Peachy. That battering is going to do it. This is now looking so dangerous. If you are on the red team, K7 needs to play so carefully here. You again, I think it's one of those things where it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. You really gotta pick your openings very carefully. That dare is going. Oh wait, the game's still going on. I thought it was over.
Not quite, bro. We still have one kill left on each side, bro. Both of them have a member of the team that's very high percent.
Oh,
Shaggy's on top, and that's it! That's it! K7! Legendary Pred take this tournament. They are your winners for Friday Night Dunkin' number 4. They had a hell of a performance this bracket, man. It's been insane.
All the way from losers round 7, we have to emphasize just how impressive that is to make it this far in the bracket, to go against players like Apache and Shirogane, to go up against NoCash and Luck, and now you finally get to losers. You reset the bracket once, and then you win off of it. Amazing stuff. Congratulations. But we also got to give congratulations to the Misters, Mr. Man and Mr. Peachy, both of which did exceptionally very well, making it all the way to grand finals on the winner's side, and doing it when everyone was expecting them to fall into losers. They were not a very high-seeded team, if I am correct. So great stuff to them. They definitely should not feel bad about this loss, especially because they're getting money from it.
Yeah, very true, man. And like you said, both teams, again, performance have just been incredible. Just defying the odds. Like we keep saying, bro, it's so impressive that they managed, make it this far in a bracket that was so stacked. And you have these two teams at the end of it, bro. I'm definitely excited to see if they decide to compete in more brackets in the future. The future of this game competitively just so exciting, man. We just see people bobbing up left and right, and I'm sure we will have continue to happen eventually moving forward when we get more, tournaments.
All right, well, I am looking forward to that, but it's about time that we get going, guys. We appreciate you sticking around. If you're wanting more Friday Night Dunkin' action, we will be back next week with another installment. Number 5 being my favorite number. My name is Waldo. You can find me at WTF is Waldo right down below. And then Blackamar, you can find him at Blackamar64. He's also on Twitch. He's also part of NASB. You should know this guy. He knows people who knows people. He'll get you hooked up. You want to get into NASB? He's the guy to talk to. He's the face of it, I would say. You got any last words, Blackamar?
No, you definitely said it very well for sure. Definitely keep an eye on TGS. We'll be back and definitely check out Blackmar 64. Definitely plan to do some more stuff involving multiverses and Nick Brawl. Maybe some other games too moving forward. And yeah, appreciate you for watching and sticking with us, dude. But we got to close out. Thank you for watching. Make sure to check back same time next week. Goodbye.
We will see you then.